I'm sharing a connection with my kid who's playing WoW, so we'll see how it goes tonight.
Wow. Oh no.
She's got a big raid, man.
No, no kids are perfect, I guess.
Yeah.
No comment. In all these years, I have never.
Yeah, so I figured, like, again, once we get everyone in here, we can all discuss and have a look at it. And then I'll explain the character sheet. Uh, I will upload a bunch of the templates. So I know you guys got a bunch of unnamed ones there right now. So I'll load up a bunch of blank templates, and that way you guys can just pick the templates each.
I am definitely new to building shit on the fly in Marcore. I mean, I've got plenty of experience with Fantasy Grounds, but
Oh, that's no problem.
not doing, yeah, not doing anything on the fly. But you have plenty of experience, Jolly, so I'm not worried about it.
We'll figure it out for sure. We'll get through it. So I'm gonna delete the blank ones that you guys created yourselves. And if you go into the hero section now, there should be a bunch of templates there for you all. You can grab any one you want. And of course, the worst thing about streaming with the software that I have, it never updates automatically to the new game I'm playing. I'm always got to go into my stream and change the settings. So right now I'm broadcasting Conan, which I got to go in and change. So I might as well just I'll just restart the stream and get it updated. Do 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 do.
I'm definitely looking at Grunt.
I think Dan had to reinstall all Fantasy Grounds Unity.
Oh yeah, I'm like I got
Cool.
71 out of 80 updates going.
They've been doing a really good job updating everything lately. I think they've been doing a really good job.
I've been doing a terrible job. This is going to take some time.
No problemo.
They've definitely made improvements on that in the last few months as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
My list of 350 things that I own on the store goes by very quickly now.
Like for a while, remember when they released the alpha version of Unity, and you go to update something, and you go away and come back while it's updating, and you're gone 20 minutes and come back and it's still updating. It was brutal.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
It was pretty bad at first.
So I had two pre-gens. One was a grunt. The other is a spook. Does anyone have any problems with me playing a spook?
Nope. I was going to go for an operator.
Hey, Jingo.
Ah, very good.
I was gonna play a gunner.
Hey, Jingo, you got to bring all your friends over so I can help me get to affiliate status. I need a couple of people speaking in the chats, apparently. So we're playing Howdy-do. So we're playing Twilight 2000 tonight, everyone. So we're trying out the new rules, get into swing of things. Nobody loves you, Jingo. Don't be so foolish. You got like a bazillion followers. I like looking at everyone's images. Mikhail's look familiar. It looks like it came from a movie, but I can't tell which one.
Let me get a better one. I don't know why it looks chopped off like that.
If it's not perfectly square, like it doesn't. Before it used to automatically just fit it to a square and and reshape it, but now it just crunches it down to make it fit. So now you can get squished off. Fully
yeah,
says
okay,
my way of
now-
life.
I'll have to edit it.
Now we have alpha.
Yeah, it's actually a picture of Dolph Lundgren.
Old Dolphy. So for the guys with the character sheets, if you grab the bottom right hand corner, you can stretch it out a bit. That way you can see your character sheet a little bit better.
Oh yeah, that clears up the rolls a little better.
Yeah, I'll have to work on that picture later. Okay.
So from our last game, I took the we had like a little after action review and kind of discussed the character sheets. So we came up with some ideas for how to track it easier. But again, now I'll wait for Ion now to load up.
Are you Tom Banth Skyle? Is that you?
Yes. Master Sergeant.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna. You go ahead. I'm trying to figure out how to make this guy up.
No, my eventual plan is to have all the tables. I got a lot of the tables done, but eventually my goal is to have all the tables all generated. So you go through the character section in the module and you just press the button and it'll roll it for you right there on the spot. So you don't even have to open up the table. You'll just have to click the link and it should roll for you. That's my goal eventually. So you just on step 2, roll this table. You press the button and it rolls it. So then you know what it is right away, right?
Very cool.
I was really torn tonight between putting up a one-shot for Conan and doing this. And I was going to take the weekend off. But I don't know. I started reading more rules and watching some sort of Polish band on YouTube and got me all hyped up to play it. Dan sent me a link. I was like, what the
Polish
hell
folk
is this?
music.
I was like, why did he send me this? So it's a Sunday evening. My wife actually has gone to bed early and it is snowing outside heavily. So I said, why not? Why not play a role-playing game?
Where are you at that it's snowing?
Oh, I'm up in Newfoundland, Canada. Right on the East Coast. Jingo, you have no idea, buddy. I'm telling you. But thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I got to sit in line on the way home yesterday in a blizzard that was no fun.
Oh, what part of the world are you in?
I'm in Colorado.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're up in the Rockies. You guys know what snow is.
Some years. That was our first big one, and everybody forgot how to drive. The way it goes.
Yep. Hey, Jingo, listen, I got a 4-page letter drafted with screenshots and pictures. And I was on the verge of sending it, and there's been few changes, so I'm holding off. But it's getting close, I'm telling you. Yep.
All right. So when I'm
Okay.
looking at the archetype creator character creation steps, and
Yep.
are we going to do this all together, or are we figuring this out on our
Yeah,
own?
well, we can do
Kinda
it all
deal?
together. I think Dan's already got one
Okay.
kind of made up himself, but that's fine. We'll
Okay.
still walk through the process.
Okay, then I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, I made up a couple. It didn't take very long to whip them together.
I'm just looking for the tables. It says roll for the tables under your archetype. When I look under the archetype, the gunner, I don't see the table links, and then I look under tables, I don't see it either.
Oh, okay, yeah. So let me get that for you. Did I miss a table? Is that what happened? Okay, yeah, so I guess I forgot to put them into the module, so I'll bring them up here now.
Okay, good, because I was like, man, I'm really lost. I thought it was me.
So, which I think, if not, I'll get them there really quick. So what table is it you're trying to roll on?
So I'm gunner. I'm going to be a gunner, and
Yep.
so if you go through the steps, it says choose your nationality, okay, and then it says choose your branch from the options listed under the page. So I couldn't find that, and then it says step 4, roll for your military rank instructed by your archetype.
Yeah,
I
if you
didn't
scroll
see-
right down to the very bottom, you'll see a bolded section. It should be bolded if I missed them.
Okay.
But it talks
Yep.
about branches, your ranks, your key attributes, your key skills.
Ah, I see. Okay, I was looking for a table. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel your pain, man. Jingo, I really do. I've sent letters and details to Fantasy Grounds, put reviews up, the whole works. So let's hopefully things get better. So we got 8-ball. So usually what happens, most people don't use on the character sheets the main tab and the abilities tab, but if you guys have a use for it or figured a way that you can use it for your own self, feel free. In your notes, that's where I would recommend putting your branch and your ranks and all that stuff. Any little bit of information on your character. And I'll just really quickly explain the character sheet. So again, if you grab the bottom right hand corner of your character sheet, you can click and drag it, make it a little wider, make it easier to see. But on the very first tab, the More Core tab, you're going to see all your stats. There's 4 main stats: strength, agility, intelligence, and empathy. You can edit everything in this by clicking on the stat itself, like the bold coloring. This is where you can record your actual stat. Is it whether it's an F or D or F, A, whatever, D8, D10. You can put it all in there. Below that, you'll see I got listed again the attribute, and I also have all the skills. So if you click on the link button, which is the star, what I would recommend is you click on the star and you can go in and you can change the class. So if it's listed as an F, you can change it to D to A or whatever. And then you would write down what the actual skill is. So it could be like a D8 or a D10. So as default, most of the skills are listed as F, and that means they're all D0. Most of the skills have 2 boxes. All right. So what that is, the first box will always be your attribute, and the second box is your actual skill. So if you may have a D10 in strength and a D6 in close combat, so you would have a 10 and a 6. So that's how that works. The ones with 3 buttons or 3 squares in it are the third square is your ammunition dice. So this is where you will put in the amount of ammunition that you're using and so forth. To roll the dice, you just click on the dice icon. So if you want, you can just click on any dice icon you want and it will come up. If my coding is still correct, when it comes up, it will tell you your dice colors will show you if you got a success. Anything over a 10 counts as 2 successes. Anything that rolls a 1 will be orange. So that's your mishaps.
And our skill level for our key skills is equal to our ability score, correct? To start?
Yeah, that's right. Like when you pick your skill, that means that you can have that one up to an A. Let me see. Yeah, your key attribute, you can actually have that one raised up to an A if you decided to do so.
And
So
all
yeah,
other skills that we don't start with that are not key skills start as an F.
no, for skills, yes, all skills start as an F, and then you would increase the ones that you get. So, like we can go through it step by step here now shortly when everyone's somewhat ready. Yeah, so let's have a look at because right now everyone's picked what class they're going to play.
Yeah, I'm going to be a gunner, machine gunner.
Machine gunner, all right. And Mr. Banff,
I am a operator sniper.
operator sniper. Skylark, that's Dan. He's going to be a spook, and 8-Ball is a grunt. All right.
Rifleman.
Rifleman. So everyone can roll the dice to get their particular rank. At the bottom of each archetype type, that's where all the information is for the types of ranks that you'll be. So let's see. We got. I'll drag it out here. We got the grunt. We got the spook. We got the gunner. Skyle, what guy was your guy gonna be again?
Tom Banff, I rolled a d6 earlier for his and annotated his rank.
Oh right, yeah, no, I mean what's your archetype again? I couldn't remember.
Operator with subclass sniper
Gotcha.
or specialty sniper.
Costed at their work.
All right, so everyone's got their ranks. So for the attributes, the way the attributes work, it looks like all your base attributes start off as a C. So it's not D, it's a C. So that's a D8 for all of your attributes. You can increase. You can make up to 2 increases, 1 step each. You can increase any attribute you want. You can gain an extra increase by decreasing a 1 from a C down to a D. And you can only have one attribute that has an A rating, and that one would be your key attribute. So the way the dice steps go in this, you have a class A is a D12, a class B is a D10, class C is a D8, class D is a D6, and a class F is would be 0.
So essentially, you like for gunner, it's strength, and you go and click on the star, and you would change it to a D12 if I was going to make that my A rating.
Correct. Yep. So that way, because we'll get into the rules here now shortly, because what's going to happen is these skills, the way the bonuses work. So you may get a +1. So what a +1 does is it upgrades your levels of your skills. So if you have a gun skill of B, which is a D10, and you get a +1, well, that's actually going to upgrade it up to a D12. So you always write down what your base information is. So every time, that's where you start. Every time you do a skill, you look at your base skill and your base attribute, and then we'll add the modifiers. And what goes into the boxes is your actual your new modified numbers.
So I get 2 raises. So basically, if I don't knock any of them down, my strength is currently at a D. I could raise it to a B, a D10.
Well, your base skill starts off at C. All your base skills, your base attributes start off at a C.
Oh, so they're all should be D8s, not D6s then.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm going to drag that. So in the chat window, if you look, I got the links there for you. So at any time you can click open the links. Try to make it relatively fast.
Yeah, I've got those pulled out. So in the example, my key attribute strength for being a grunt.
Yep.
I rolled private first class. So I would change strength. Since it's using a parameter, I just change the dice string.
No, you don't have to change the dice string. What it is, in the little squares that are next to your skills, those white boxes.
Oh, just change the number.
You just change the number. So what you do, you change it from a 6 to an 8 or whatever, right? The most dice you'll ever roll in this game is 2. There's not more, other than your ammo dice. Ammo dice, you can roll handfuls and handfuls.
So, Jolly, on those boxes, so I'm on the more core, the first tab.
Yep.
I can manipulate those boxes, correct?
Correct, yep.
So, on the first box on the top, all of those are my attribute scores.
Yep.
Correct? And then for the skill scores on the bottom, those are what I distributed when I created the character. But I can see, the way that I understood it is there's 2 dice that you would roll. It would be your agility score and your skill score to come up with your successes. Is that correct?
Correct, yep.
Some of these have 3 boxes.
Yep, well, those ones with 3 boxes are your guns, or your ranged combat ones, and sometimes you may need to roll ammo dice. So I got the ammo dice already calculated into it. So the 3rd box is the ammo box.
Gotcha.
All right, I just got to turn off my mic. 1 second. I'll be right back.
Thanks. Thanks for turning off.
All right. I think I got. So, Sky, I'm gonna ask you a question since you played this before and you played with Jolly. My machine gunner, he gets a +1 modifier to heavy weapons rolls, and so on my heavy weapons, there's like you were saying, the 3 boxes. The last box is ammo. The first box and the second
box is your ability.
Okay.
And then if you have the skill according to your archetype of heavy weapons, then the second box would be your ability score as well. Now,
So I would raise both of those to +1 then.
well, if
Alright, go back
your
down.
strength is a B, that would be a D10. So you put a 10 in those first two boxes. And then when
Oh,
you go to fire the weapon, you may have to change one or both boxes based on things like cover, range at which you're firing the weapon, things like that, which may reduce that D10 down to a D8 or a D6, or eliminate it altogether, depending on how far away you're shooting, how much cover the person you're shooting at has. And then the last box you'll change based on the rate of fire of your weapon, and you can put any number in there from 1 up to the rate of fire for that weapon.
okay. Yeah, so like for strength, I raised it 2, which got me to a A, so it's a D12. So every sub skill under that would be 12. But then if something caused me, like if I was firing a machine gun and something caused me to lose a step, whatever, I was trying to move or I was standing, because I have +1, that modifier would then go into effect. Because you can't get higher than a D12, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
And for you to get that D12, you had to lower something else to a D. Correct? Or no,
Yeah.
you had to lower
Yeah.
something else to a D.
To a D, yeah. So
Yep. So I started out as C. Right? And
That's
so
right.
I got two raises. So I raised that 1, 2 to an A,
right.
and that's not right.
No,
Okay.
you're close.
And then I
Any-
lowered. Go ahead. Oh,
No,
go
no,
ahead.
you're right. You're right on the if you lowered any other, at least one of them down to a D level,
A
then
6.
yes, yeah, that's
Yep.
right, to a 6, then you're good. Then that is correct.
Okay. So
So we can put both
Okay,
of our
so-
step increases into the same ability.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
okay. So to put both. So I just so I understand, because I think I goofed this. Because what I thought I did was I lowered empathy down to a D, and then I raised agility up to a B. But I can't do that because I did 2 skill raises in strength.
that's correct. Yep.
Well, you can do everything starts at a C, and
Yeah.
you can lower one ability to a D, and thereby raise another ability up to give yourself a total of 3 increases with 1 decrease. Or, like what I did, is I just did 2 increases with no decrease.
Okay, so that's what I thought I did. So I lowered empathy down to a D,
Right.
and I gave strength 2 increases and agility 1 increase.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. So like you only get 2 increases, but you can get a third increase if you lower another one. So yeah, I think I may have did my math wrong. But yeah,
Okay.
you're right. Yeah.
I think I got it.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do now, okay, so that's is everyone set on their attributes and everyone's kind of happy with the way their attributes are right now?
Yeah, if you'll take a look at them, make sure I didn't screw them up.
Yeah, I'm just changing some of Bane's numbers here now, just the letters, just to help him out.
Yeah, thanks.
Do All right, so I will now look at Mr. Banff. C. So that's a D. That's a B. Oh no, sorry. What am I doing? I'm so confused right now. So B and B, C. Yep. So yours are right, Skyle. Let's gonna have a quick look at Dan's. All right, Dan. So what's your attribute scores?
attribute scores are 6, 8, 12, and 10.
So what are they for? Like, what's your strength then?
6.
Oh, okay. All right. Your agility.
8.
All right. Your intelligence.
12.
Oh, you got it down below. I see what you've done. So what I'm doing is
Yeah.
up in the top there. I'm just changing your headers.
Changing the titles. Yeah, I didn't think to do that.
All right. And so you can do that too on the one that's listed right below it too. The agility ones, if you don't mind. You see where I got strength there twice, and it's down below.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like if you look at agility, your agility title is still saying D6.
Yeah. I see
All right,
what you're saying.
if you can change
Yeah,
those.
I'll take care of that.
Okay.
Hey, on the hit capacity, there's 2 boxes. Oh, you can only fill in 1, right?
Correct. Yep. Yeah, I haven't. They're kind of new buttons, so I'm not sure how those trackers work. All right, so I'm looking at Madman's here now, and so his strength is a B, so that's a D10. So yeah, Madman, if you notice, I'm changing the headers now to match your.
Yeah. So empathy is still a D6, and then we start
So
with
C
a
is
D8.
a D6,
So yeah, that should be right.
Yeah. It's a D8 actually.
Well, no, I get. Yeah, because empathy is a D6.
MC is a D6. Yep. So I'm gonna change that. The worst thing about using Morecore for any game is that whenever you figure it out, you have to and how you're going to work it. You got to explain how you're going to work it with the other players. You know what I mean? Like there's a process to it, but once that process is learned, it's all pretty good.
Yeah, I wish they would. I wish Damned would get a little more. I don't know. A little easier way to tune it. I mean, I love what it does. Don't get me wrong. He's done a great job. Like some way to actually drop. Can't you save rolls?
You can, yep. Hey Jingo, I'm not. Oh, you sent it to my Twitch, did you? Is that where you sent it? Ah, I see it. All right. All right. Thanks, Jingo. Appreciate it. All right. So let's see. Where were we? Where were we?
We had just completed our ability scores. So we're on number 6. Determine your hit capacity and stress.
All right. So
Capacity.
this is one of the most complicated math for some reason I've ever done in my life, and I don't understand why, but it should be very simple. Your stress level is half of your strength and half of your agility. Is sorry. You, gosh, I'm telling you, I gotta bring it up.
Now, where's it talked about in the rules that you got?
It should be right under on the first, very first tab.
Oh, yeah, I was looking for the reference library.
Yeah, so that's what I meant. It's under chapter 2 on the very first chapter of chapter 2. You just got to scroll down and find it here.
Oh, here it is. Um,
The way they got it worded is a little, for me, kind of messes me up every time I read it.
Isn't the dice type divided by 2 rounding up?
Is your yeah, but it's the dice type is you add up your dice type of your strength and your agility.
Yep.
It's half of that
Yep.
is divided by 2. I'm pretty sure is what it is.
Average.
Yep.
So you take your strength plus agility, you get an average, and then you take half of it, half of the average.
Half of the average. There you go.
Round it up. So if your strength is 10 and your agility is 12, that would be 5.5. Rounded up is
That'd be
6.
6.
Yeah.
There you go. Half of the average. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah. And I don't remember what that was for. That too much spray power.
Stress.
Stress. Thank you.
And that's the same as it would be for your stress and for your hit points.
Oh, that was hit. No, stress is int and empathy.
Yeah, empathy and but it's the same calculation.
Yeah. Okay.
Int.
I remember back in the 80s and 90s and them saying, "You'll never learn anything by playing games." All right. So everyone's got their hit capacity and their stress capacity by now, or roughly. The next thing is skills. So the way the skills are is you get to choose one skill to be a level B. You choose 2 skills to be level C. And you choose 3 skills to be level D. Your B skill must be one listed under your archetype. But any other skill, your C's and D's, can be anywhere you want them to be.
okay, so my key skills are range combat, recon, and survival. Those aren't automatically a B if I have the skill of B.
No, that's correct. You gotta pick one to be a B. One of those can be a B. Everything else got to be either a C or a D. So there will be people who have 0 skills in some things, an F level.
All right, say that again for me.
All right. So for your skills, if you look at your archetype, you have your archetype skills. Any one of those can be a level B.
Right.
And then after you choose which one you want to be level B, then you got to pick 2 skills to be level C and 3 skills to be level D.
Okay, so after the B skill, we can choose any skill for the C and D?
Exactly. Yep. Anything you want.
Okay, cool. So if I have a B and a C in strength and agility, that would make my damage a 5 because it's the
That's correct. Yep.
and the same would be for the stress, right?
Stress. Yep. That's your intelligence and empathy.
All right, Jolly. Do you want to check? Will you check my character sheet and see if I did it right? I think I did it right. I hope I did it right.
All right. So, what is it you want me to have a look at? Your character, your
There's
stress
skills.
looks good.
Yeah, my skills.
All right. So the only thing that you need to do now is click on the star next to the skills that you modified and change whichever ones are A's and B's and C's and D's and stuff. You know what I mean? You see what we did to your agility and to your intelligence? We got you like the dice type there.
Yep, like I just did for heavy weapons.
Yeah.
So if you look at yep, okay, I'll fix that. Thank you.
What is Skylark?
I'm a
Skylark,
spook.
the spook.
Oh, you're the spook. Okay, but you're what rank are you?
I'm not a rank.
Oh, okay. What about Michaela? Mickle? Any rank there?
He's private first class.
Okay, so I'm the only one with any rank.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Scal, I didn't answer you. I didn't realize I forgot I was Miguel.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I was like, who the hell's that guy? Why won't he answer?
And we're looking at yeah, so 8-Ball is a private first class.
Hey, Jolly, I changed. Oh, never mind. I know what I'm.
So it looks like Skyle's going to be carrying everyone on his shoulders on this one, making the life or death decisions.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Just so everybody knows, my guy has no empathy.
Oh, so the next thing we need to figure out is your group morale. So I need to find the person who has the highest command skill.
That would be me. I just put it as one of my C skills.
So is it
At least I assume so.
right?
Yeah, it's a D8.
All right. So
Anybody else have command?
I have a command, but it's a D skill.
so D8. So the all right. So down in your group morale, you're going to see coolness under fire, and it's got B10. Some people got their letters there. The second number is the group morale number, and this should never change. Well, not really, but just below it, if you change the tab to D8, because your group morale number is the highest the person with the highest command in the group. So if you can see the person who has the highest group, you get to roll that particular dice. So it's a D8 for you guys. So for your group morale, everyone put down D8.
And what tab is that on?
The main core. I've tried to make everything as
Oh, there it is.
I tried to keep everything on the front page, but it'd be extra information and stuff. You can use whatever sheets you want, but I try to keep everything on the first page. So for the people who have their skills, don't forget everyone gets a specialty. You get to pick a specialty when you first start. What I would recommend is in the list of the skills, if you go to your archetype, you'll see them there. You can drag it to your character sheet and put it usually underneath the the attribute and skill that is linked to. Best, it doesn't matter as long as there's somewhere that you can see, because it'll be up to you guys to remind me that you guys have modifiers, and from what I've learned in this game, you want to use your modifiers whenever possible. Hey, I just got a following. Oh, hey, Kitty Celeste. Hey, hi. Thanks for joining. Thanks for saying hi. I really appreciate it. Drop it in.
So when you go to make that coolness under fire roll using the group, you just if you let's say your coolness under fire was a D skill, so it was
Yep.
a D6. You would just have to go modify that kind of on the fly to a D8 before you did the roll.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Because everyone has their own coolness under fire number, right? That's based on your archetype, I do believe. And then
Yep.
the person with the highest command, that's what everyone's group morale is going to be.
I don't have a die box next to my group morale.
Yeah, that's fine because the group you roll on your I got the modifier. Sorry, I got the dice string for the one just above it in coolness under fire. So you just write the just change the tab or the title by clicking on the star.
Yeah, to group morale D8.
Yeah, and up above that you're going to see the coolness under fire, and it'll have your two numbers there. Then you can modify those white boxes to what they got to be then. If that makes sense.
So, yeah, I'm confused about the coolness under fire. I'm not sure what goes in there.
Okay, so the first box is it doesn't in this one. It doesn't really matter what the boxes mean, to be honest. But what you got? Let me bring up yours, Dan. Yeah, so what you got there? You have a coolness under fire of D8. That's what your ability is for your class.
No. So for the coolness under fire, there's two. You have to do the add and half the average, right? Of
No,
empathy
not for that one. Not for the coolness under fire. If you look at your archetype, it'll tell us. So I'll bring it
Very
up.
bottom.
Scroll down to the very bottom of your archetype. Is in the module.
Mm-hmm.
Chapter 2, Spook. So your coolness under fire is a B.
It's a B. Yep.
So you will have a D10.
What's the second box?
The second one is your group morale, and that's what I told
Okay.
everyone to modify, because that's
Gotcha.
the number that's based on his command skill.
And it looks like you roll them both when you roll.
Correct. You do.
Okay.
That is okay. I see how that. Never mind. I get it. I see how that translated.
Yeah. I get it now.
Jingo is pulling everybody into the stream for me. All right, so we got our skills. Everyone choose your starting specialty. So again, remember, if you got in the list of your attribute, you have your 3 starting specialties. You can pick one of those and drag it to your character sheet. Usually somewhere on the first page works best. We have our unit morale done. Choose a moral code from suggestions listed under your archetype, or you can create your own. So this is just your own moral code. By doing this, can give you benefits. It gives a little bit of added role playing. So if you do this, it may be beneficial for you. choosing your big dream from the suggestions is the same thing. So this is just some ways to reward yourself by role-playing your character. So you can, you know, your big dream is this, and this is what you're talking about, or this is what you're trying to look forward to. Doesn't play that big of a role in the one-shots, but it could. But that's entirely up to you guys. After this, you can choose a buddy. So if you want, you guys can have a buddy amongst yourself, or you can be completely strangers. It's no difference to me what you guys decide to do.
So for our specialties, where do we drag those in?
Where do you drag them to?
Strike.
Yeah.
Just what I do is drag them underneath the box which whatever skill is tied to. So say if it's like a
I gotcha.
right, just drag
Gotcha.
it right over there, drop it there. Because you can click on them. If you click on the stars for any of the specialties, you can read what it does.
Nice.
Right?
Okay, the moral code, you want us to put that in notes tab, you said?
Yeah, in the notes tab, it'd be much appreciated. So I find it very funny that we don't have a single medic in a game that's notorious for having player deaths. So this should be interesting.
Well, that's why I picked first.
The responsibility is not yours,
I
not
get-
mine.
It's not mine, and I gave everybody else a chance. So we all die on the same playing field.
So I'll leave it amongst you guys to discuss if you guys want to have a buddy or whatever. Some of the things about buddies, the negative part about a buddy is that if you see your buddy get wounded or killed, it adds additional stress to your character. And as you can see, most of you guys don't have that much stress. And once you get to 0, bad things start to happen. So, you know what is sometimes you're better off not having any friends in war. So.
We have an operator, don't we?
That was my rifle reloads.
So I'll leave it to your own honesty for your reloads and your gear and stuff like that. If you grab equipment, the one thing I don't have made yet, and I will make that right now. All magazines count as belts of ammunition count as 1 unit because a character can carry up to units. It's not pounds. So on your webbing, you can carry, depending on your strength, you can carry up to 12. And in your backpack is the same type of thing. But magazines are 0.25, and I'm going to create that now. So if you want to, if you tell me how many magazines you get, I will add the magazines to your character sheet. That way you have them.
I got 5.
All right, so
A ball.
So I get ammo belts. Or did you said those were on the items? I'm looking at it right now.
yeah, I don't have. I just realized I didn't make magazines for it.
Like I see the
I just typed it in on my character sheet.
Okay. And I'm gonna. So where is Mick? All right. So you got belts. Belts weigh 1. So 1.
so it says D6. So I guess I get to roll for it.
Yep.
I get 3 belts. And then the other thing are D3 rounds. I didn't know if those carry weight or.
No, don't worry about the weight of the ammunition so much right now. Technically, it's for every 100 bullets, it's a unit of 1.
Oh, damn it. I missed the chat.
Hey, thanks. Tell Kat thanks for sending out the tweet, Jingo. So, if it brings more people in, I really appreciate it. So I'm sharing some records to you guys. You can just drag these to your inventory section, and the weight stays the same, but belts of ammunition. Belts is usually 100 rounds, and the magazines are usually whatever the weapon is that you have. So do you guys have access to all the items? If you click on items, do you see the items button on the right hand side of the screen?
I
Yes.
do.
Oh, everyone does?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's way better.
Oh yeah. So you can just type it in and drag it right to your character sheet.
I don't see water. I don't know if that matters.
It's under items. Food is under chapter 6, food and drink.
I just didn't see it in the
but I don't
items.
water. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, that's a good question about the water.
Yeah, I couldn't find it either.
So pretty much a unit of 1 is 1 day's worth. So I will add in some water.
And then the only other thing I didn't see on there was a appropriate gun for me to use, but maybe it hasn't been built in yet.
Oh no, they all should be in there. So what weapon are you looking for?
It says a light machine gun appropriate for your nationality. So
Oh, okay, yeah. So for you, everyone's U.S. So if you hit the items, go over to the items button, and up on the top you see a list of categories. You can scroll down through those categories, and you can go to U.S. military weapons.
Indeed.
And anything that's a machine gun, like a light machine gun or heavy machine gun, it's all listed as LMG.
there we go.
And again, if you open up the item, in the description, you'll see all the information about the weapon. Seeing there's no rolling for damage in this, it's based on the weapon type itself. You can, when you go to fire your weapon, you look at that and you can tell me what the stat is or whatever it is.
Do you have? Is there reloads or bullets in the items, or is that something that?
It's in the on category section. It's called belts of ammo and magazines.
So I see 1 light machine gun, so I'll just pick that one.
M249.
I'm allowed to have a pistol. I picked the 1911.
Sounds
It
good.
doesn't have a magazine capacity.
Doesn't? All right.
It's 7. The magazine is 7.
That's what I thought, but I thought I'd double check.
I have the same weapon.
So do I.
Where did you say the ammo was, Jolly?
It's under uncategorized. Oh, you may not see
okay.
it, but if you click on the items over on the right hand side,
I found it.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh
So
no.
I gotta see if I can find it.
Man.
All right. So U.S. military weapons. Oh, it doesn't. Look at that. Yeah. So it should be 7. Yeah, I got it listed up on top there, but it's not down in the in the category. No Yig, no player kill. The guys are still birthing their characters. They're getting attached to them, so I can slowly destroy them all.
Anybody have an empathy higher than a C?
Yes, I have a B.
What skills do you have under empathy?
Command, manipulation, and medical aid.
So you do have medical aid.
Yeah, it's a D.
Scratch.
That's all I can put in there too. So okay, so we've got somebody. And that was Skylark?
Yep. So, under the ammo is mags, your reloads, Jolly?
Yep. That's right.
Okay.
So you can, once you drag it over, the weight's the same, but you can change the title to fit 4 magazines of this or 5 magazines of that or whatever. You know what I
Sure.
mean?
Gotcha.
So one of the reasons why I was hoping that you guys all went with creating your own characters, because I want you guys to use the module. So if you can see ways I can improve it or whatever too, if you got better ideas, certain links to certain things or whatever. I've already picked up on a couple of things. So at the end, if you don't mind, you can just let me know.
Actually, this is as far as more core rule sets. I haven't played in a while, but this is fairly intuitive compared to some of the other sets I played.
Yig, there's still time to drop in and play if you wanted to.
For my anti-tank weapon, I just gave myself some ammo. It weigh 1 pound each. Is that what I do? Or
1 unit each, yep. I'm going to bring up my PDF there now and just make sure, because I may have obviously missed something.
All right, so to make sure I'm setting all this up, because I'm going through and fixing all the numbers. So if my strength is a B, I get a D10.
Correct.
And if I picked a C for stamina, then I'd get a D8. So then my 2 parameter boxes would be 10 and 8.
Correct. Yep.
All right. And then if I don't have any skill, they're a 0, but I still get my empathy, let's say, for command.
Yeah, that's right. Like you'll always roll at least your attribute. And the
Okay.
lowest
All right.
number
I
you'll
don't
ever
think I got it.
roll, it'll be a D6. So everyone's got their picking their gear. Pick group gear together or possibly a vehicle. For the one shot, there's not going to be a vehicle starting off. I got a specific start for you guys. But you can pick your group gear together. I'm pretty sure that is... I'm going to bring that up for you here now.
Described on page XX.
The joys of using alpha PDFs. I'm worried that my PDF is about to, or my computer's about to crash for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, so I gotta drag a picture into here. So once everyone's ready for the group gear portion, let me know, and I will have a new portion, a new picture to add. Actually, I'm pretty sure this is in the module already, but I'm just gonna do this for now. Oh, we got another subscriber, another follower. Troll Lord Games. Hey, man. Thanks for joining me. Appreciate it. So for those who are joining us, what we are doing is we're just making some one-shot characters, and we're going to run a one-shot game of the new Twilight 2000 game by Free League. So I just shared a page with everybody. This is your group gear. So in addition to your personal belongings, you get to choose some gear as a group from a whole. Together, pick a number of items listed below equal to the number of PCs in the group. You can choose an item from the same row twice. So everyone is going to be able to pick 4 items from this. So four of these objects, or 4 of these lines.
Nice.
We each get 4, or we each get 1?
You each get 4.
And that's in addition to the equipment based on our archetype?
Correct.
All right, so I have a question.
Okay.
What is grenades as far as skill goes?
Is ranged.
Okay.
Oh, I know exactly what I'm going to do here. I'm going to link, at some point, I'll link all of these to items, so all you would need to do is drag it right from your character sheet. Right to your character sheet once you pick it.
I would recommend that maybe we get some med kits.
I have
I
one.
have one personal med kit. Should I get another?
I have one.
All right, well, this is a D6.
Yeah, it's a D6 med kit. I'm out of kit.
I'll roll one. I got 7 med kits.
All right.
Okay, so the way the
And with
encumbrance
your group
works,
stuff, I can just hand them out.
the way encumbrance works is you can carry, your body yourself can carry units equal to your strength die as combat gear. So if you have a strength of C, which is a D8, you can carry up to 8 units. That's on your personal body. If you have a backpack, you can put you can carry the additional number of units equal to your strength die again in your backpack. But if you want to run and you have a backpack on, you're going to take a negative modifier for running with a backpack. So on your inventory page of your character sheet, what I recommend is when you put your items there, there's a portion there called location. anything in a backpack, you just type in backpack, and then anything that you put in the backpack, if you write backpack there, it kind of puts it all close together. My plan with this is, and I only thought about this today, but I'm going to get this section divided into two portions. One's going to be on your body, and one's going to be your backpack. And they'll each have separate weights.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that'll be a nice way to track it.
So it'll be two exact same windows, but one will be your backpack, one will be your body.
Question. Do you know if a grenade launcher is heavy weapon?
A grenade launcher is a heavy weapon, yep.
Alright. Then I'm not going to do that.
The M9 pistol doesn't have a weight.
M9. It is a weight of a half. 0.5.
Gentlemen, I recommend somebody roll a D66 for liters of fuel.
I wouldn't worry about fuel too much for this particular adventure.
D66 is a lot of fuel.
But
oh, yeah.
Then again, you got to look at how you're going to carry it, too, because starting off, this is, like I said, this is a one-shot, so I'm putting you right into the heat right off the get-go, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't have to carry it. It burns, too, right?
It'd probably be burning pretty bright.
Well, I'm maximum weight. That's where I am right now.
Yeah, I'm maxed out as well.
So it doesn't say, I don't see anywhere in the rules to talk about being overweight. And I'm looking for it right now. But it says that you can only carry a number of units equal to your strength, so to your strength die. So I'm assuming.
Yeah.
That.
Well, if you have a backpack, you can
That's
carry
the
double
top.
that. Then basically.
Yep. So yeah, so there is a hard limit. Once you reach that level, you can't carry anything more. So you may have to you gotta start off and look at your gear and say, I gotta throw stuff out already. If you're gonna carry it. And believe
How
me,
much does a sniper rifle weigh?
which particular one?
M82A1.
That has a weight of 3.
And the 1911 pistol? Never mind, I got that.
It should be a half, I think. Yeah, it's a half.
Yep.
Oh, but for some reason is listed as a 2, so that's a mistake. If you dragged it over from the character sheet or from the items list, is listed as a 2. That's a mistake.
Yeah.
It should be 0.5.
Okay.
Okay, I think my guy is set. I rolled.
I think I am
I
too.
rolled for my rads already.
Okay. Yeah, so everyone wants to roll for their permanent starting radiation.
So now, Jolly. So as a machine gunner, I get +1 to heavy weapons. Can
Right.
I go ahead and put that modifier into that skill?
No, because because everything is cumulative. So at the end of all the modifiers, you'll take whatever you get. You may be -3 or you may be +5. So
I see.
yeah, so you want to keep that in a list, or keep it nearby.
Got it.
Okay.
And one more time, the
Yep.
first. Go ahead.
No,
I was
no.
just gonna say the first two. So I got the last block is rate of fire.
Yep.
It's like my machine gun is a 6, so I adjusted that. The first two, one of them is my skill. What's the second one?
The second one, well, the way I do it is the first one will always be your attribute score, and the second one will always be your skill score. But it's entirely up to you, whichever way that you want to record it. But that's the way I recommend.
Oh. Okay, so I need to fix that because I have it set as a 10 and my attribute score is a 12, so it should be a 12.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Okay, I'd
Whatever's
mess
best.
that up on all of them then. I'm glad I asked.
So the next thing I'll just really briefly explain is how modifiers work in this. So we all know that dice levels, and this is why it's really important that you record on, when you look at it, what your starting skill is going to be. So if it's a D8 or a D10 or whatever. The way this works is if you get a plus modifier, what you do, say if I give you a +1, you look at your highest, whether it's the number that's the highest, so it's whether it's going to be say you have a D10 in your skill and a D8 in your attribute. So you have a 10 and an 8. If you get a +1, what you do is raise the highest, the score with the highest number up to the next level. So if I give you a +1 and your highest number is a D10, you actually now get a D12. All right, so every plus is a step up in the dice. And you always start with whatever score is the highest, whether it's your skill or your attribute score. So let's just say, for example, you had a strength skill of A, which is a D12, and you have a gun. Your heavy weapon skill is a D6. If I was to give you a +2, your strength is already maxed out, right? So you can't go any higher than 12. So those next two pluses will go down to your lowest skill, and so that D6 now goes up to D6 to D8 to D10. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yep.
Yep.
Hey, Babutsky, thanks for saying hello, dropping in. Appreciate it, buddy.
So that goes the same if you give us a -1.
Well, the way the minuses work is that you start from their lowest skill or attribute first. So if I give you a -1 and you have a D6 in whether an attribute or a skill, it drops it down to the next level.
But not below a D6.
You can never roll less than one D6.
Okay.
Yeah, so for the people wondering, this is a more core rule set, or that's a free community rule set that's on Fantasy Grounds, and I themed it out and kind of made my own rule set or an extension for Twilight 2000. So I pretty much digitized everything and made my own little rule set for people to play. So now modifiers can go high. Like you can have a +5, or you may have at the end of it you may have a -4. And what you do, you work out your modifiers from there. So I'm going to share a table with everybody. Let's go to here. I really recommend. Did that pop up for everybody?
It did.
Yep.
I really recommend dragging that down to the hotbar. This is not a modifier, a table that you roll on, but if you open it up and scroll down, these are all your modifiers and all your pluses. All right, so you have a look at it. It's a called shot. It's. Oh, I can see a couple of these are changed to 23 and 24 for some reason. But anyway, it's all listed properly there. Like, for example, a target hex is in a forest is -1. You're at a range higher is a +0 or a +1. So then it changes to 0. Like the cumulative answer is 0, right? Or the total bonus number is 0. Thanks, Babunski. All right, so I'm going to get everyone to, if you haven't done it already, to roll on your permanent radiation. If you can do that for me, it'd be much appreciated. All right, so I'm just going to have the last look. Okay, and my very last thing I'll bring up is the way ammunition works. So, just about every weapon fires is either, it has like a rate of fire more than one. So, the rate of fire number is the number of dice, the maximum number of dice you can put into that box to roll. So if you have a rate of fire 4, you can put 1 to 4 dice in that box. All right, does that make sense?
In what box?
In the range, if you look in your range fire or in your heavy weapons, your ammunition box, the third box.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Right, so that's the number of dice that you roll. Now here's the trick. Here's the kicker. Anything that rolls a 6 is good. That's an extra success, so that's great. So if you put a whole bunch of dice in there and you get extra 6s, that's extra damage you've done or suppression, all these wonderful things. But if you roll a 1, and if you ever roll more than 2 1s on any dice, you can get a mishap. So that's bad. But the most important thing is, if you roll, say, 5 dice, and you shoot a gun and you roll 5 dice, and you get, like, say, whatever the total number of those ammunition dice are, say if you rolled like a couple of 4s and a 5 and a 6, you add up that value, and that's the number of actual bullets that you fired. Okay? Does that make sense?
Okay, say that
Yes,
one more time.
So if you roll 6 dice, you got your machine gun there, right? You're going to fire 6 dice, bang.
Yep.
Once you look at the red dice are your ammunition dice in the chat window. The total sum of all the red dice is the actual amount of bullets that you fired.
The total sum of the red
bullet
dice.
does-
So PFC 8 Ball just fired 9 bullets.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And he got
How
2
much-
successes.
But for 2 damage.
Yep.
What if he only had 6 rounds left in his magazine?
Okay, that's a good question. So the way it works is you roll your total number of dice or whatever number of dice that you want, and then if it's more than what you got left, you got to look at your bullets that you have left, and then you take away the dice. Technically, you ignore the dice until it equals the number of bullets you have left. It's a little weird. And if you can't do it, well, then you just expended your whole magazine. But if that happens, we'll figure that out when it gets there. It's just a matter of if you rolled, like, say if you had 8 shots left and you rolled 2d6 for your ammo, and let's just say you got 10, right? Well, what you do, you got to subtract dice that bring it down to 8 or less. So you may have a couple of 6s that you've rolled, but you may not be able to use them because you don't have enough ammo left. So you got to pick and choose what dice you're going to keep if you roll more than what's left in your gun. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So we got the boring stuff done, I think. Is any other little questions? Like I said, we're like this is my second game. I'm not remotely close to knowing all the rules yet. So if you guys know I'm missing something, remind me. And if we don't know, we'll figure it out. And if we still can't, if we still don't know it after that, we'll make something up. Okay, so here's the setting. All right, you guys are members of the U.S. forces, NATO forces, and you guys were fighting in Poland. All right. As you were fighting for several months at this point, the war went bad, and essentially, like there was tactical nuclear strikes all over the place, all over the world. Everyone's lost contact. Communications broken down. Local governments have broken down. Everything is a complete mess. And you guys were in an action called Operation Reset, which was essentially the final push or an attempt to break whatever stalemate that was happening between the NATO forces and the communist forces. As you were fighting across past the eastern side of Warsaw, word came down that everyone is to evacuate and to retreat back to Germany. No, sorry, not Germany. Retreat back to France for now. You guys were up in the front lines, and total military breakdown happened. Like everyone's lost control. People were just doing their own thing. Total chaos. But the four of you and a pilot for a helicopter, you guys managed to get onto the helicopter and start your journey back west. And you guys were currently headed to Warsaw, or towards Warsaw, or just a little south of Warsaw, actually. Most of Poland is totally obliterated at this point. Most of the cities were destroyed or heavily damaged. There's pockets of nuclear radiation everywhere from tactical nuclear strikes. It's a really bad mess. Okay? So that's the setting where you guys are going to be starting off of. And I'm going to share a map with you guys right now. So it should pop up eventually. And you guys were currently, caught your helicopter currently out of Tukau. All right, that's on the map there. That's centered by the red circle. This is where you managed to grab your helicopter ride, and you guys decided to fly west. You heard rumors that people were linking up in the ruins just west of Todd's, which is about, each hex is roughly 10 kilometers. All right. So I'll put another little pointer over there, over Todd's. And this is where you were hoping to link up with some more units in hopes to evacuate out of Poland and to get back into France at some point, where the last of the main forces was. And you guys are in the helicopter, and you are currently flying west. You're looking over the horizon, and as you're flying, you can see over the terrain, like the mountains and stuff. You can see columns of smoke everywhere. It seems like the whole world, most of Poland's on fire. And you guys are in the helicopter. The air is the doors are open. You're in some sort of a Bell helicopter. I'll call it a Huey just for the sake of, because I don't know the names offhand. But you're in like a Huey style helicopter. The windows are open. There's a door gunner on the side there. Maybe that's Mikhail. He's sitting there by the door as the door gunner. He's got his his M249 there on the pedestal, kind of just leaning over. And the wind is blowing through, and the helicopter's buzzing as loud. I'll let you guys get a little sense of feel for yourselves here now, and this is kind of how you guys get to meet each other. So, a little bit of role play as you guys are in the helicopter, hoping to get to Todd's.
All right, my name is Mikkel, and I'm a dumb farm boy from Iowa originally, and the only thing the Army would let me do is operate this machine gun because that's about as smart. The only thing I can handle. Pull the trigger and aim, generally.
They call me 8 Ball. I grew up on a farm as well in the country. We shot a lot of deer and elk. I guess that's why they picked me too. I'm a pretty good shot. I really want to quote a bad Aliens line looking around at all this smoke and fire. But I sure hope we can get to, what is it, Todd's and group up with some more people and maybe sort out this mess.
Yeah, if we can get to Todd's, then we can get back to France, maybe even get back home. I'm Tom. Friends call me Iceman. They sent me to sniper school because he kind of shows his sniper rifle. I'm a Texas boy.
So, my name's Burgess Hardwick. People call me Skylark. I'm currently not with any service. I'm with a 3-letter acronym. And this group was assigned to me as part of a clandestine mission that I'm on. I can see that things are going sideways, but I'm sure that we can hang in there and we can complete this mission.
All
As
right.
long as that acronym's not CYA, I think we'll be all right.
All right, so it's October 1st, 2000, and it's a Sunday. All right, it's roughly 12, no, not 12 a.m. It's going to be early in the morning. At 12 a. Sorry, still came up wrong. Look at that, son of a gun. I don't know why I don't know. I guess I don't know how to use the calendar in Fantasy Grounds yet. But it's currently 6 a.m. in the morning. You guys are flying. You guys are having a little chat. Talking amongst yourselves. This pilot, he's the typical hardcore pilot. Him and his co-pilot there they got the music playing there. The speakers. You can hear like the Call of the Valkyrie, the Cry of the Valkyrie, is it? From Apocalypse Now playing.
Yep.
And everything is going relatively good. And all of a sudden, the helicopter completely rocks and completely takes a loud bang. An explosion. You can feel the heat rip through and come through the open windows or the open doors of the helicopter and wash over you. There's alarms going off. You can hear the buzzards, beeping and blinking and screaming in the front. The pilot's on the front, and he's like, "We just got hit by something. You guys got to hold on. We're going down." And the helicopter is spinning at this point. And you guys, if you're looking out through the window, you guys are looking down. You're looking down, and you can see the horizon around. You just kind of turn, and as you guys are spinning, and everything's getting pretty confusing. I want everyone just to take a base coolness under fire roll. Anyone who fails is going to take a point of stress. All right. So we just had everybody roll. If somebody wanted to roll again, say if you fail bad, you have an option to roll the dice a second time, and it's called pushing your roll. The thing is about a pushed roll is that if you fail a second time, you may take additional stress, or you may take, if it's like for if it's like a stress type roll, you'll take stress damage. If it's any type of physical roll, you'll take hit point damage. All right, if you fail it the second time. So 8-Ball, you didn't get a success. Would you like to try to push your roll?
No, I'll take it.
All right, so you're going to take a point of stress. All right, whoop 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 whoop. You hear the alarms going. You can see the ground rushing up and getting closer to you. And the pilot, just as you're about to get, you can see the ground rushing up close. And just as it probably 30, 40 feet off the ground, the helicopter kind of just settles out and straightens up just enough. But it's not enough to stop its descent, and it hits the ground with a massive crash. Everything goes dark. It is now... Everything is dark and quiet. The first person to open his eyes is going to be... Looks like it's going to be Tom. Tom, you're starting to come to, and you notice now that everything around you is dark. You're in the wreckage of a helicopter. You could be laying on the ground. You could be piled up inside the cargo area, the crew area. But it is now dark, and you're just starting to come to.
I'll feel around for my buddy Mickle and any other potential survivors of the crash, and see if I can find somebody and whether or not they're alive. I'll even call out quietly. Anybody else there?
The rest of you guys can start. Is starting to come around.
I'm groggy, and I say, "Yeah, I'm here. What happened?"
We crashed.
No shit.
I'll start get out of the helicopter and try to move away from it a little bit, just to kind of see if we recover any kind of visibility.
Yeah, I'm going to try to rouse everybody inside the copter and try to get them out. But I'm going to be looking for my gear, make sure that they have their gear, and any other gear that might be useful in a crash situation.
So I'm going to check the cockpit, see if the pilot's alive and if the radio's working.
If you, when you go up and you look at the cockpit, you can see that the whole front end of the helicopter is completely compressed into itself. There's no survivors inside the cockpit. Most of the equipment is smashed or busted. It doesn't look so good, but you can make a tech roll if you wish. Yeah, you don't see anything at all that's working.
Can I push my roll?
You can.
Ugh.
All right, so you take a bit of stress. So you take a point of stress damage right now. And, Skylark, you see Mikkel up there going through the panels and stuff, and you can see him. He's getting kind of rattled and frustrated. Obviously, he goes to pull out the radio, and you can see that it's the radio handle itself is like it's just a wire hanging there, is not connected to anything. There's a few sparks and stuff, and you also notice that while you're trying to get your gear, when he was trying to flick with the buttons, it caused a spark, and you're starting to smell some smoke. One of the things about this game, just to let you guys know, and I forgot to mention it earlier, too bad Mikkel just is about to learn this, dice rolling is if you fail a dice roll, sometimes I can just have bad things happen because you failed a roll. And I can kind of make the situation even worse if you fail a roll if I do so. So essentially, as you're flicking, trying to get the radio working and stuff, and you see the completely crushed individual, you think you may have shorted something out, and you're starting to see smoke and stuff raise from the cockpit.
I'm going to grab McCall and say, come on, man, let's get out of here. The only way you're getting that radio working is with a couple of tin cans.
All right, and I'm going to try to grab a backpack that I see in the machine gun.
Yep. Everyone can get their gear if you want.
I'm scouting out the area outside the helicopter to make sure that our immediate surroundings are secure.
You are in you don't see anything at all right now in the fields. You're pretty much landed in a semi-open field. There is a big droke of trees, 200 or 300 meters to the north of where you guys are right now. There's a couple you can see a couple of maybe old fences that could have been part of maybe this was a grazing area for some cows or a farming area, but you can see a few broken down fences and old fences. The trees are to the north, and there's obviously a larger forest to the south of where you currently are.
So any high ground?
There is high ground. There is a little bit of, a few hills farther south.
I'm going to take my binoculars and do a scan across the field and see if I can see any threats in the area.
You do not. There's nothing there to see. You don't see any threats at all. Everything looks completely safe. It looks like you kind of crashed in this very open field right now.
All right.
So I'd like to, check the rear of the helicopter just to make sure there's no, some kind of box that kept supplies for the helicopter, so we can toss that out as well, and maybe grab the dog tags off the dead pilot's neck.
All right. You find the emergency survival kit in the back of the helicopter, and I will. Do I have a? I don't. I gotta learn how to use the party sheet. So inventory. So I'm going to drag some items to the chat window, and you can distribute this how you see fit.
You're going to put them in the inventory of the party sheet?
Yeah, I've never used a party sheet, so I'm not exactly sure how to do that. Do I just drag it directly to the parcel items? Is that how that works?
Yeah, if you open up the party sheet and then the inventory tab, yeah, there you go. You just dropped antibiotics onto the party sheet.
If you have something that's pre-prepped, you put it in a parcel and you can just drop the whole parcel.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how parcels work.
All right, so the antibiotics are there. You got a personal med kit. You get some atropine and some pain relievers. There you go. This is what you get out of the survival kit in the back.
All right, I grabbed the antibiotics unless somebody else wants them.
At this point now, you notice that the cockpit, as you're trying to get the dog tags, the smoke is starting to fill up some more, and you can actually start to see some open flames now, down in behind some of the crushed paneling of the cockpit.
Let's get out of here, boys.
Yeah, let's go find some cover. Anybody have medical training at all?
I can do. I don't have medical training, but I have I do have a skill.
Yeah, if anybody's got anything other than a 0, I can give the antibiotics to them. Maybe.
I was going to say, have whoever has any kind of skill with medical.
Yeah, I got medical aid skill.
Give them the personal med kit.
I'll take
So
that.
you said he's crushed in the cockpit, so I assume I'm not going to be able to get his body out. So I am going to still try to get the dog tags off of him and get out of the helicopter.
Yep, you get the dog tags without problem. Captain Davis McCaskill. And Captain Jimmy Logan. Two captains in this one.
So we should probably get away from the crash site because people are going to come look for survivors.
Yeah, it's going to draw attention.
Yeah. Copes, the trees to the north or the forest to the south?
Well, and you said it's dark. Does anybody have a flashlight?
Negative.
All right. So what's the ambient light of the moon?
Well, right now it's clear, but it's getting dark, and it's 6 p.m. In the fall somewhere in like northern Scandinavia. So it's starting to get dark here now.
All right. Yeah. No, I thought you said it was dark.
Yep. But it's clear. You can see, maybe 100 meters or so in front of you at this point, maybe.
Well, I'm in agreement for elevated position with some cover. So
South we go.
All right, so you guys, you check south, probably, the overlying hill cover, the hills with the trees and stuff. Probably when you actually walked it, probably about a kilometer away by the time you got there and stuff. And as you're walking away, the black smoke is starting to come up behind. You can see the helicopter slowly, the flames are getting brighter and brighter. And just as you reach the hill line and where you were aiming for, the helicopter explodes in the background, and the whole explosion kind of reverberates through the field and through the valley and up the hill and stuff. So you can really hear it now. So it's getting pretty dark, and it's still in the later shift of the evening. So it's still before midnight, but it's in between 6 and 12 right about now. So it is kind of pretty dark. On the map, if you look, I just moved your crash location. You're now currently in this hex right here.
So we need to find a place where maybe we can dig in for the night. Do we want to try to travel at night and hide during the day? I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, what intel do we know about the area? Do we know there's roaming bands of, foot soldiers? If they were using tactical nukes, I'd assume there's not a lot of people on the ground, but
you do know that in your experiences just before the retreat was called, like any town that you went into was like there was raiding going on, there was the civilians were fighting against each other, there was even rumors and talks of several US or NATO units turning on their other units. It's been complete chaos, so it's kind of hard for you to really, it's a mess anywhere you go, and that's about the clearest way to put it right now.
Do we see any lights from our vantage point other than the chopper that blew up? Or do we see lights?
You see lights further west, like off in the distance, like glowing on the horizon, maybe some smoke and stuff like that coming up. It could be fires, that type of thing.
No, like isolated lights, like maybe farmsteads or anything like that?
No, not yet.
all right, so do we have any type of map? Do we know that Garlowin is
Yes,
west of us?
this map you guys have access to. That's a really good idea going forward. You guys, to be able to use the map, you guys should. That's a good idea. I like that. I'll remember that one when I actually get good at this game. That's a brilliant idea. What? You don't have a map? Oh, well, you got to, which way, east, north, south, east, or west? Which way do you want to go?
Okay, so probably should avoid towns, but we're going to have to cross the river at some point.
Yeah, we're gonna want some cover. It looks like we're in some wide open spaces for right now.
If we could maybe make our way towards the river, maybe we could walk the river until we could find a good crossing.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that it's not just the rivers. We also have those roads, and those roads can be dangerous as well.
Right, and then at least on the river, looks like we have forest cover. Like if we walk due west, we could maybe kind of hug the forest as we walk north, looking for a crossing. Worst case, there's a bridge crossing south of Gora Kalawaria. If we went south, we'd be Deblin, but then we'd have to do 2 river crossings.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like the idea of heading towards Gora Kalawaria, mostly because there's some higher elevation there that we can use to kind of scope out both Garwolin on our way and the city of Gora Kalawaria when we come into it.
Our last intel, who was in possession of Warsaw itself?
Warsaw was pretty much, although NATO was the last people to be in the area and controlling the general area, NATO was pretty much nothing but a hot zone of nuclear activity. Most of Warsaw was wiped out with small tactical nukes. Very low yield.
I mean, that's a good question, though, because we would be getting really close to Warsaw, where the population center is, and so there could be a lot of people. So I want to recant what I was saying.
Devlin may be the better choice.
If Warsaw has been nuked, that means that a lot of that population is either gone or pressed out away from there into the surrounding areas, right?
Right. So, but we're not going to, there's going to be fallout, and so we don't want to go through. It's going to be where the nuke dropped will be, super hot with the fallout, and then outside, the people that are outside of the blast will have survived, but they, may be exposed to radiation. So you may have more population around that belt of Grojik. I can't say that other one. So we risk running into people that way. Plus, if we get too close to Warsaw, maybe radiation exposure issues. I almost think now. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll let somebody else talk.
No,
Gentlemen,
right
first things first. We're going to set up a secure perimeter, and we're going to camp for the night. Cold camp. It's going to be cold. Stay close.
Yep.
Okay.
In the morning, we'll head out to the west-southwest and try to avoid the more heavily populated areas as we make our way towards Lotz.
All right. So how many
I agree
hours?
with the boss.
Okay. So the way this game works, everything's done in shifts. So shifts are roughly 6 hours. So every day there is 4 shifts. So you guys want to set up camp. How many hours would you like to stay at your camp? Like set up, like a shift. Just spend like a shift and get yourself readjusted or anything,
Yeah, I would say one shift, a good 6 hours.
Yeah, and that was a good idea because we just been in a helicopter wreck. We need to check for injuries, stresses, that type of thing. We'll take the 6 hours and go. But I'd recommend that we put some distance before we camp. We should put some distance between us and the helicopter, because with that much light and that much noise, I'm sure scavengers will be coming.
Absolutely.
We could go to that forest right there and maybe dig in. It looks like that's about 10 kilometers?
I would agree with that.
So you guys are going to go south towards Deblin and go to the forested area?
Correct.
Or are you guys going to make like there's like, although the map right now doesn't have like a green zone in it, there is forested areas there. So you guys don't have to travel the hex. You can set up camp in that area, or try to.
I say we travel till maybe just before midnight.
Oh, so try to do a little hike.
Yeah.
Yeah, get a little distance between us and the helicopter, and then
Okay.
from like midnight to 6 a.m. we'll rest.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we should be
Okay.
able to do 10 kilometers in 4 hours easy.
So the way travel works is that you can travel on foot if you're on. Oh, I gotta bring it back up again. Do, 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 do. Okay, so you can march 2 hexes per shift on a road, or you can put 1 hex per shift if you're off road. All right.
So we could
Yeah, that
do
sounds.
4 shifts a day. Wow. All right. So we got a long trek ahead of us.
Yeah. So in 12 hours, you can make it to Devlin if you were to hike right through the night. If you wanted just to go south a shift, like go down and then make a camp, start fresh in the morning, you can.
Yeah, we'll go to that forest just south of our present position and find a defensible location somewhere between here and there and set up
Yep.
camp.
Okay. So while you are traveling, everyone on foot, all you guys can do, can take what's called a travel action. And I'm going to share that with everybody right now. Some actions can be combined with other actions. For example, keeping watch.
Well, if we're going to hike for 6 hours, I'm definitely going to, not knowing how long we'll be doing this, I would look for something sizable enough to feed us all game wise. So I'd be foraging, I guess, or hunting rather.
Yeah, I would be keeping watch while we're marching.
I'll bring up the. Would you like me to go point or the rear with my machine gun? But I would keep watch.
All right. So encounter. So here we go. Here we go. So you guys are going to travel south. You're going to hike. You hike roughly 6 hours. So we have one person watching. We have another person who's keeping an eye out for some game, right, for hunting. Did I hear that right?
I
I think Skyle
think
and
we
I
have
are.
two.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll keep watch as well. I think 3 of us are keeping watch, and 1 is kind of hunting.
Well, we can only for keeping watch can be combined with marching, but only one character in the group can watch. Can be the designated watchman.
What ability is that?
Who's got the best recon?
Is it
It's based on
Recon?
recon.
Okay, not me.
Yeah, I'm. Let me do the watch. I'm killer at recon.
Who is
And
that?
Hey,
Skylark.
Hey, Skylark, take point.
All right.
I'll scrounge.
So we got one person scrounging. We got one person keeping watch. And the
I'll
other,
forage.
and you're foraging. And is there anybody hunting?
I'm hunting.
All right. So the first thing
The Texan deer hunter is hunting.
So the first thing we need to do, we're gonna do the encounter. If there is an encounter. All right, so let us see what happens. Tables, random encounter table. I'm going to set this for private. Oh, I guess I can't. That's strange.
Maybe you have to hide GM rolls and options.
Well, I'm just going to do a random one first. You guys can see that?
No.
No, we didn't say
No.
anything.
Okay. All right. So here we go. Okay, so now we rolled the item. It can happen on road. You're not on the road. This is the night shift, and you're not at camp yet, so you have no encounter. So that's good. So now we're going to do the scrounging, I guess, as you guys are walking.
I'm scrounging for a vehicle specifically.
You're having to look through the as you're walking through the grounds and see if you can see anything.
Or even 4 horsemen.
All right, so scrounging. Come on, come on, come on. PDFs are so slow when I get everything running.
It really is a horrible format that they just kept around all these years.
Yeah, really, everything else gets faster, but PDFs don't.
Gets slower and slower
I know.
and slower.
Yeah, I never thought of that. It's terrible.
All right, so this is what you do. You cannot scrounge in the same hex if you want to make separate rolls. Spend the shift scrounging. All right, so looks like as you're walking, I'm going to give you a -1 on your scrounging because you're walking. All right, because it's a little harder. You're not really staying in the zone. But what you do, you need to make a my scene per shift scrounging. It says you got to make a roll, but it doesn't say what skill.
Maybe
It's gonna
survival?
We'll go with survival. Oh no, sorry, here it is. Recon, search. Yeah, I'm gonna go with survival.
Okay, so because it's a -1, which number do I adjust? The first or the second? If they're
You
the same?
adjust your lowest number first.
If they're the same, does it matter?
Doesn't matter then. All right. So you got a success. So I'm gonna get you to roll a D100.
So because so why did it say I have 0 successes?
Well, because what it is, you roll a 1. Because you got a 0, one of your dice became a 0, right? Is that what happened? You had a D6 in survival or something? Or
No, I had an 8 and a 7, and so I rolled a 1 and an 8.
how do you get a D7?
Well, you know what? I was supposed to make it a 6, wasn't I?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Jolly.
no problem. No problem.
Let me re-roll it.
All right.
Okay, there we go. That's why
Because
the rules were like, no, man, you can't do that.
I was like, what's going on? Okay. So, yeah, roll a D100.
That's it's dice or roll
Dice.
100.
Yeah, roll a D percentile.
Right click on the 10-sided die and do the percentile option.
Hey, Jolly, while you were doing that, I was looking up
Thank
foraging and hunting,
Yep.
and they both say you cannot march at the same time as you do that action.
As hunting? Okay.
Oh, no, foraging, you cannot forage at the same time that you march,
Okay.
nor can you hunt at the time that you march. Those are independent shift actions.
I gotcha.
But you can scrounge.
Okay.
Scrounge is okay.
Yeah, scrounging did not say anything about not being able to do that while you're marching.
Okay.
All right, so you rolled a 94. Dun, 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 dun.
Hopefully it's not like Conan.
You actually, as you are walking through one of the fields, you come across looks like to be an old wrecker of an old car, probably a Hyundai subcompact out in the middle of the field. Some kids probably drove it out there, were beating around with it years ago. It looks old and it's completely, been beat. The windows are beat out of it. As you're walking by, you notice there is a small object on the dash, and when you look at it, you find yourself. It looks like to be an old wallet, and it is filled with about 100 euros of old moldy cash.
I take the 100 euros of moldy cash.
And there is.
Before he reaches into the vehicle, I'll holler at him, check for traps first. Somebody may have booby trapped the vehicle.
Yep.
All right, I pull my hand out real quick and I search around for traps.
You do not see any. There's no traps there.
Okay. So I'm going to grab the wallet. I'm going to pop open the glove box, see if there's anything in the glove box.
I hope there's a credence tape in there.
No, you do not find anything else.
Okay, and nothing in the trunk. Okay, so and there's any ID in this wallet?
Looks like you see a business card, actually.
And what's the
looks like a
address?
business card. It's hard to tell because it's all written in Polish, and we all know what the Polish written language looks like. You can practically hear the address yelling at you, but you don't know what it's saying.
Okay. I can't make out Devlin though. Got it. All right. Sounds good. I got some money.
They got some weird letters and squiggles in their alphabet, and you don't know what it says.
Is there any... Hey, never mind.
All right, so there's no...
What were we going to say?
Go ahead.
Somebody said never mind. I don't know.
Yeah, I had a thought, but no.
All right, so you managed to get into that next hex, and now you're looking for a good location. The time is now, and I'll put it right into the chat window. It is now midnight.
Ah, very good.
Nice. You figured it out.
Yep,
Nice.
I figured it out now. I got it. It's amazing what the mouse wheel can do for you.
We want to hide our camp, and we want to keep a cold camp. We don't want to attract anybody with a fire or smoke from a fire.
I'm gonna dig a hole.
Okay, no problem. So what I'm going to get you guys to do, one person you get to pick one guy to make a survival roll, and up to 3 people can help. And for each person that helps, you get a +1 bonus.
I've got a 10-6 survival.
I'm at 8-8.
I got a 12.
A 12-0 or 12?
12-0.
So who would like?
So if we do a 12-6, we get 2 people help. That'd be a 12-10. So that sounds like what we should do. That was you,
right.
Tom, that had the 12-6?
No, I've got a 10-6, so if I get a +1, it would be a 10-8.
That's right.
Well, you could get +2, so it'd be a 12-8 because 2 people can help. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it'd be a 12-8. Yep.
Yeah, so if you did it, it would be a 12-8. If I did it, it would be a 10-10.
No, you would have a 12. You up the first one first.
Yep.
To its max, and then you up the other one.
Yep, so I'm at 8-8, so I'd be at a 10-10.
No, it'd be a 12-12. 12-8.
Huh?
You'd be at
Okay.
12-8 also.
Oh, you just keep going. Okay, till
Yeah.
you get to the 12.
yeah,
I
till you get to the
I
12.
got
Then
it.
you raise the next number.
Okay, so I'm totally confused. You tell me what to do.
I got 12-8 set. I'll roll it.
Sounds good. I'm gonna help.
All right. Do you
Okay,
want to
never
push?
mind. You roll it.
Did you want to push that?
He's got to push it. You could do it, Tom. Yeah.
Oh, so
There you
you got
go.
2 successes because you got a 10 higher than a 10. All right, so you find a great spot to set up your camp. It's nice and dry. Even if you don't have any fire and stuff, it's nice and warm. So you're good. You guys get a good rest. How many hours would you like to rest?
6.
6 hours? Okay.
Yeah, good 6 hours till dawn.
Everyone scratch off 1 unit of food in your inventory. Unless you don't want to eat.
What about water?
And water. Food and water, yep. Anyone who had stress lost beforehand, you can recover your stress. And is everyone going to sleep, or is there anyone going to keep watch for a shift?
Well, can we rotate the watch so that everybody gets some sleep?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out. You need to sleep at least 1 shift per day. So
We'd have to go
Can we
8
rest?
hours.
Yeah, rest for 8 hours and everybody take a 2-hour watch.
that'll work.
Yep.
All right.
Jolly, I'm going to be back in 1 minute and 30 seconds or less. Okay.
No problem. No problem. By that point, I expect the first nuke to hit, so you should be good. All right. So now,
Incoming!
thanks for the dropping by, Babuski. Appreciate it. All right. So you guys are resting right now. You guys are going to rest You're going to take 2 shifts to rest up, which is good. So everyone's going to get the rest, and at least one person is going to be on watch. Who is taking the first watch?
I will.
Okay. So I go back to my encounters.
I'll take second watch.
Okay.
Back.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. So, so who was doing the first watch? It was Tom, was it?
Tom, yep.
All right, Tom. So you're doing everyone's settled away for the night. You found a good little your nice little spot. And you're kind of doing your little patrol, keeping an eye out for stuff. And over the not that far away from the camp, in the direction that you guys were planning on going, you notice like a small body of water there, but it looks kind of odd, and it kind of looks like it was a maybe a crater at one point. And the crater is roughly, oops, too many. The crater is roughly probably about 40 meters wide. And you realize that you kind of see like the water looks kind of like it's reflecting like kind of a greenish reflection, and there's like a sparkling green that you never noticed in the earlier light, but now that it's dark, you can notice that there seems to be a slight greenish light coming from this particular pool of water, not that far away from the camp.
Great. We're camping near is it a crater the size of like a tac nuke or like more
Uh,
like a small bomb crater?
it's it's roughly like I said, fort. It's hard to tell. It's a crater. It's about 14 meters wide and about 20 meters deep from the looks of it now, and it it's hard to tell how it doesn't look like a tactical newt. It probably would have been bigger, but the fact that this water is kind of sparkling and reflecting green in the nighttime is kind of it's kind of off-putting.
So we definitely don't want to go swim or drink it. That's for sure. I, yeah, it's probably it could be some sort of like toxic waste.
Anybody have a what do they call a radioactive meter?
Geiger counter.
Yeah.
Geiger counter. That's the word.
Nope, and I'm sleeping, so I don't know it.
Yeah.
How far are we away from this thing?
You're not. You're probably a couple of 100 meters away from it.
I mean, that's pretty far.
Would I think we're safe from any fallout if it was a tac nuke?
Possibly. Like you don't feel your skin or anything tingling right now.
That's a good thing. Who was second watch?
It's Dan. So that was Skylark.
Yep.
Oh, good. He's our one with medical skills. So when my watch is over and I wake him up, I'll point it out to him and ask his opinion on the safety of remaining where we are.
All right. So you don't think it's right where you are is that much of an issue, but you do think that if you were to continue on the current path that you're going, you might have to work your way around it and probably take a little detour a little bit farther to the southeast or the southwest, because you guys are headed towards Dublin, was it, or Garwing?
Dublin.
Dublin, yeah.
Dublin.
So your original path was where? Going south? Directly south? From where you currently are?
Yeah, we're going to head southwest.
Right. So you will probably, if you were to continue like going in that path, it looks like you may have to cross some more of these extra counters, these areas, but you may have to bypass it a little south. Stay clear.
Okay. We'll cover that in the morning.
So am I on watch yet, or?
Yeah, you're on watch now, if you wanted to.
So can I take my binoculars and scout that area and see what I can see?
Yeah, you can. Just roll a recon. Base. Yeah, just straight base recon roll. Oh, so you got 2 successes. Down, buried deep in probably the side of the crater, you see like a shape of looks like probably like a wheel or back end of a fender sticking out of the mud, and you can see that there is looks like a couple of military vehicles were probably covered up or buried in the mud down right around the edge of the crater. You can see like an axle sticking up, or maybe a front end of a vehicle, which probably looked like a rock or just a little bit of debris earlier. But now that you're looking through your glasses, you can see that there are, looks like to be some old vehicles down in this crater.
Yeah, I think we want to avoid that. It doesn't surprise me that a technical nuclear waste crater has actual military waste in it.
Before I hit the sack, I'll remind Skylark to pass the information on to the next watch
Oh,
as well to
of course.
steer clear of that crater.
Yeah. Now that I know that there's a crater like that in this area, I'd like to be on the lookout for any other craters that we might be coming into that I can just be alert that there's a.
Yep, no problem.
All right.
So you
Is
guys,
there anything else to report on my watch?
well, let us see here now. What I need to do right now is I'm just trying to find the rules for stationary encounters. If players remain stationary for a shift, draw another random encounter. All right, and I did something wrong in that last encounter, but that's fine.
Somebody should go take a fishing action in that crater.
Let's see what happens. No, you don't see anything else. No,
All right.
the rest of the rotation goes safely, and you don't see anything. And when you wake up in the morning, maybe because you guys were tired, you can see that the craters down below are kind of pockmarked. In the foreseeable distance, you can see several different smaller craters, and there's like old wrecks and stuff, and a few old wrecks right in the craters and parts of vehicles around the craters.
All right, we'll continue in our southwesterly direction, but avoid the craters of suspected radioactive waste.
All right. So in the first shift, you guys managed to get to this hex right here, and you guys are walking towards Dublin now, right?
Oh, we're not going to go into the town, but we want to get close enough to just kind of
Yeah.
take a look at it.
Yeah. So you got to go into the hex, though. But I know what you mean, though.
Yeah, I think.
So if we could go, maybe go ahead.
Yeah, if we button hook around and maybe get on the high ground, maybe we can do some forward observing on Devlin to try to figure it out before we decide whether we want to actually encounter it.
Okay. So I tell you what. I'll get whoever's the commander, which I think is Tom? Is it? It's the highest rank, Sky.
Yep.
Kyle? All right. I'm going to get you to draw a circle on the map. Small circle. And you can put that in the center of the red hex there, where the red hex is. So just up to the right. Because that's where you guys currently are. I'll move it for you. There you go. So you guys tell me which hex you want to move into for now.
Here's my thought. If we were to approach, we want to look for a crossing, right?
Yeah.
And so if we were to approach the bridge from the north, meaning from that hex, we could probably avoid the city. If that's what we want to do. I think we would want to avoid, yeah, exactly, like maybe that direction.
Yeah.
A circular path around.
I agree.
Yeah, we'll go around Dublin by going northwest and then southwest.
Okay. So we'll move you to the next rotation now, and that's going to put you at about. Oh, I forgot. Who's on watch? Is it always going to be Skylark?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on point.
All right. Okay, I need you to make a recon roll, please.
Okay.
All right, so you got a success. That's good. So you're kind of scouting ahead, kind of on point, and you are. I gotta get my terrain modifiers. You see up ahead of you quite a distance. Looks like to be. This is in darkness too. It looks like to be a bunch of. You're coming across the road, and you can see like a couple of small buildings, like looks like civilian buildings, and there's a couple of vehicles there, and you see some people kind of just hanging out and talking on the side of the road. And they do not know you're there. So you have a couple of options. You can ignore and try to work around the hex, right? Go further around. You can engage it, or you can just ignore it.
So, intelligence is one of my specialties.
Right?
So, when I spot enemy troops, vehicles, or weapons, you have to tell me their stats. So, if those are enemy vehicles that I see.
Well, to you, you can tell off the bat right off the get-go that this is not military of any type.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to report to the rest of the team that we have contact ahead. It looks to be some civilians with some vehicles. Do I have a number of civilians? Is it a couple that I can see?
You see at least 4 armed civilians.
Hmm.
And you can see at points up to 20 or 30 people or more in and out of the buildings in the town.
And what kind of weapons do I see?
They don't look like military weapons. They look like mostly hunting weapons, maybe a couple of shotguns.
Okay, I'm going to impart that information to the rest of the gang about what's ahead so that we can decide what we want to do. We're definitely outnumbered.
Oh, 100%. Yep.
Maybe do they look like do they look desperate? I mean, are there women and children, or is it just men?
No, it looks they don't seem to be that desperate or anything. There's a large, looks like maybe a small settlement or maybe a refugee camp maybe. You see people coming and going, like as Skylark was watching, you noticed there's people bringing stuff in, and they were leaving it there, and there was just some discussions, and then there was people leaving with stuff. So
How's everybody on food?
I got 4.
I've got
And
one.
I've got a couple of days left. That's all.
Yep.
So one option is to go check the bridge out. If we could cross, we cross. If we don't cross, we could always come back here and maybe seek their assistance to get across the river. or we could just do that now. If we, maybe we could trade them something.
As of right now, I don't think we're desperate for any assistance, and there's not much we can do
Right.
for them. I say we avoid contact.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You're going to avoid the contact?
Yeah, we'll avoid contact with the village for now, and try to work our way around towards where a bridge might be across the river.
All right, so I got to make a little note here. Library.
So, if you want, we can kind of watch and see what's going on in that town to try to establish if those people have an allegiance. I mean, if they're working by themselves and are staying by themselves, and it's just civilians, armed civilians, that would be one thing. But if we could see whether there's other military that comes in and out of that area, I mean, we could spend maybe a stretch taking a look at it to maybe get some information.
Our primary mission right now is to get to Lothes so that we can evacuate to France.
That may be your primary mission.
And as ranking officer here, I carry the weight of 3 votes.
Ooh, touche.
You're welcome to stay behind and watch the village if you like.
I'm going to remind you that this group was assigned to me as part of my clandestine mission, sir. So you can do what you want. But there's a mission that must be done.
All 3 of us assigned to him?
Jolly? Yeah.
Or are we a ragtag bunch?
I think he's just taking control of you.
Like I said, the initials are CYA.
I don't think the middle one's a Y.
CMA.
So
I will remind you, we are low on food. And any delay is going to stretch our resources.
Look, I haven't seen any directive from anybody, and Tom's in charge. So unless you can produce something to show me that we have a different mission, we're going to France.
I'm
with Tom.
Ah, boy. Now, did that come from a private, I think? I'm certainly not going to take orders from you. And you're certainly
I don't know who you are.
To do what you want to do.
Well, I don't. Last I looked, I don't take orders from some guy who sits behind a desk normally. So,
I don't see the desk, my friend. I'm in the field, my friend, and I've been here for a long time.
I just kind of shrug my shoulders.
So I just shared the map, and this is where you're kind of in the tree line, and just a little south of you guys right now. This is where the roads are, and you can see the small village, and there's people coming and going.
Let's move to the west along the tree line.
Okay.
That way. And
yep.
While we're doing so, we'll keep an eye on the village and try to track any movement of other vehicles in and out of the village.
All right. Well, as you guys are walking, through the tree line, they have not spotted you. They don't really be paying that much of attention. But you see people coming and going. Some people, they're bringing goods in, and some people seem to be bringing goods out.
And vehicles or on foot?
You've seen a couple of vehicles in the time that you guys were talking. You've seen at least one vehicle pull in and pull out.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit right here and recon it for a stretch. I want to see what's going on in this village. I need to know.
Well, it seems like maybe a trading hub between the two larger cities, maybe, or
Maybe. We need to find out.
I take orders from Tom, so I'm following Tom.
We can afford one stretch. Do we have any two-story buildings up here in the north?
Yeah, those there's a couple of buildings up there that are that you can get into. The one at what's like at J3, I think, is if you look at zoom in enough, you'll see it. J3. That'll be a two-story.
All right, I'll move back, and we'll take up a position in J3
No problem. Yeah. So
and J2.
these hexes are roughly 10 to 15 meters wide or big, so there's enough room for everyone to be in the same hex. So you can all be in the same hex. That's fine.
All right, I'll go upstairs, pull out my sniper rifle, and take a look at the village through the scope.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay in the tree line and use my binoculars and perform reconnaissance for a stretch, just to find out as much information as I can about the goings on in this village.
8-ball, stay with Skylark. Mickle, you're with me.
what? How do players have a delete option for a token?
That's a good question. That's
Well,
a good question.
Hey, he can't shoot you if he can't see you.
I am now invisible.
Are these buildings here that we're moving into abandoned? I'm hoping.
Well, yeah, I was
They
wondering
are.
about that myself.
We'll say yes.
Okay. All right, we'll recon the buildings to the south for a little bit,
All right.
and Skylark can take whatever notes he needs before we move on.
Yeah, I just want to scan the roads, scan any noticeable, intriguing, any interesting activity, and any vehicles coming in and out of the village.
Oh, I gotta change my options here. 1 second. So during this time, you guys can take your food and water right now if you want it, so you can be done for the day. If you want to take this opportunity to eat as you're resting.
Well, we're coming into the afternoon.
It is currently my calendar. It is evening now. It's late shift, 6 p.m.
Yep.
All right, so there we go. Now I gotta bring up my map. So that everyone's moving up. So you're staying where you are you, Skylark?
Yes.
All right.
And if you redrop my token, I'm staying with him.
That's who. 8-ball, is it?
Oh, sorry, 8-ball.
Yep, no problem. 8-ball. There you go. Oh, I'll put you next to the side there for now.
Let's see.
Hold on, I have it. All right. So as you guys are watching there for a while, you guys can all scratch off some food if you want, and water, if you choose to do so. You're watching for several, for a shift, a couple hours. And you can see there's at least, at all times, there's at least 4 armed individuals kind of just walking around the main area here. Throughout the couple hours, you see multiple, maybe a scattered pickup truck come in, and you notice that people, it looks like to be a small refugee camp or maybe a small town, and people seem to be trading goods here, and then they come in, they make a couple of trades. Looks like maybe like it's a small outpost or something, and you don't see any military activity here throughout the time. But during your observations with your binoculars, you see a sign, a town sign, and it's called Magorsky.
So, do these people are they just trading within themselves, or they're trading with I guess they're trading with vehicles that are coming in from the roads?
Yeah, correct.
Oh. All right.
After a couple hours, I'll ask Michael to stay here, and I'll make my way back, stealthily back over to Skylark.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to head his way myself. Maybe we can meet in the middle.
Yep,
Okay.
no problem.
I'm not real anxious to reveal our military presence here. You have enough information. We are running low on food. You think it'd be beneficial, we can try to trade with them to get some food for ourselves.
Yeah, that's
and
what I'm
some
saying.
water.
I don't see any military forces here. I didn't detect anything. I see people coming in and going. I know that we picked up some euros that we might be able to trade if there's any value to those. If I knew more about the weapons they have, we might be able to trade some ammo. I'm not sure. But I know that I am out of food, and it might make sense to at least attempt to restock here.
Agreed. You want to do the talking? We'll cover you from back here.
Yeah.
All right.
So
go ahead.
Before I go in, just to put this out, I'm going to try to at least adopt as much as the local look as I can. I should be in civilian clothes.
Yep. Okay.
And I should be fairly road worry anyway. I don't know about languages though. I didn't get a chance to look into languages and how fluent I would be in Polish.
Seeing this is a one shot and you are a spook, let's just say that you have Polish.
Sounds logical.
Can you read Polish? Because I got this business card here.
Yeah, let me check out that business card.
It's Chef Boyardee restaurant and takeout at Gagorn's. What's the town you're going? I can't even pronounce it.
This is Magorsky. I thought we were going to Magorsky. I was hoping that card was from Magorsky.
We were heading to Devlin and then over to Lotz.
Oh, yeah.
So it's for a restaurant in Devlin.
Ah.
I need a quick bio break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, Skylark, you can make your way into the town, and how would you like to approach? That's all I really need.
I'm going to be coming down the road, weary and broken, like others I've observed.
Okay. As you're walking up, it's now it's getting kind of late evening now.
Before I go,
Yep.
I'm going to stash my backpack into the woods.
Okay.
And I'm not going in armed, so my arms are going in the backpack. The only thing that I'm going to have is my little bit of water.
No problem. Okay. So as you approach, one of the armed individuals seem to be walking up. He doesn't seem to be military trained at all. He kind of has got that normal. He kind of looks like the typical Texan swagger, but it's Polish instead. So he kind of calls out to you, and and it's kind of like a slight challenge, and is like, what brings you here?
I tell him I'm hungry, my friend. I'm looking for something to eat.
Well, we have, it's late in the evening here now, but we do have we do have goods for trade. Um, so if you got the brass to trade, we'll make it happen.
Hmm. Uh, so it's so bullets for biscuits type deal.
He nods at you, and yep, that's it. Bullets for biscuits.
Mm. Mm. But
Potatoes.
can I? Wait, is it? As I'm there, I'm looking. Is it kind of like a market space? Can I actually see any sort of wares?
Now that you're closer, you can see several stalls. Some have like food and a couple of like hot pots, like hot meals and stuff like that. There, a couple of small tools, maybe a few firearms here and there. Uh, but there is some field gear there. There's some things are there. But yeah, several different stalls.
So, maybe what I'd like to do is go to a stall that has maybe some food and
Yep.
talk to the stall keeper.
Okay, no problem. So you find the stall there, and this guy here, it doesn't seem to have. He's got a couple of like hot meals, like it looks like a beet soup, which is very popular in Poland, stewing in the background. But he also has packs of MREs, and you've noticed that the MREs are both in Russian, Swedish, Polish, and English or American. All different types of MREs.
That's a good sign.
Yep.
So I would like to talk to the stall keep and maybe hammer out what his prices are, ongoing prices are, in terms of ammunition for his wares.
In his really thick, he's heavy Polish accent, he can tell that you're not. He breaks. He speaks like a broken English back to you, and he says roughly 20 brass per MRE.
So 20 brass seems like a lot, and I'm very hungry. Is there any way that you might be able to help me out a little bit? As you can see, I'm not. I don't have any need for the bullets. I just need to get as much food as possible. I have a long walk ahead of me as I flee from Warsaw.
I'm gonna give you a straight up persuasion roll. If you want to roll it, he's not willing to bend. But if you roll it, you got a chance of doing it. But if you fail, then
Okay.
something bad might happen.
So I think, all right, I will roll it
Okay.
to see what will happen.
Thanks, guys, for dropping and saying hi. Okay, so a person always has an option to push, but the thing is, when you push dice, anything that's a 1, you can't re-roll.
Yep.
You you somehow in your talking to him, maybe as a local tradition or the manner that you were speaking to him, but you completely alienated him, and he's like, "It is now 25 brass for you, you dirty American."
All right. So I thank him very much for his time, and I look around the stalls to see if there's any other interesting items for sale.
You can see some like hiking and camping equipment. You can see like there's some like water and stuff that's there. there's some like I said, some field gear, some protective gear, and hiking gear and stuff like that.
All right. I'm going to leave and rejoin the group.
Okay, no problem. So you go back to the group and you can give them their information.
Yes, I'm going to tell them that I was able to find some MREs to eat. He was wanting 50 brass for the MREs, but I was able to talk him down to 25.
By brass, do you mean spent cartridges?
No,
I think he's looking for live rounds.
Yeah, live rounds. That's the currency.
I saw there was hunting gear, camping gear, survival gear. Basically it was a civilian operation. They're just looking to survive. I think that maybe if I would change clothes with somebody, we could each go in a turn. You could wear my clothes or variations of my clothes so that we don't look like a military outfit. I think that we can blend in. To kind of look weary and road wearing, but I don't think they care. I really don't think they care who comes in. I saw MREs from every division there, which makes me seem that they scavenge the countryside. They collect equipment and sell it at this trading post. I think that it's a safe place for us to trade, but I'm unaware. Maybe I can go with you and haggle with you since I speak the language. There.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Does it English at all?
I can't guarantee that that I can get the kind of price break that I got, but we can try.
Well, I'd say we're better off keeping our ammunition at this point and scavenging for food, or scavenging for ammunition to get food. We've got a pretty long walk ahead of us.
Am I still at this building, or am I with the group?
you guys are all grouped
No.
together now.
All right, then I agree to keep our ammo. That ammo is definitely worth more than the food at this point. If we run out of bullets, we're going to die, for sure. We could go a couple of days without food. But did you see a well in the village where we could refill our water, possibly?
There's a river right there.
There is, yeah. There's
On the
fresh
map?
water there. There's fresh water in the town.
Oh, I didn't see a river on the map. Sorry.
No, I mean
In the
not
bigger
in
map.
that little village. But yeah, there's rivers, so we can get to water.
So one of our viewers.
As long as it's not.
Go ahead.
You go ahead with the viewer.
Tainted.
No. One of the viewers just said, does he want the brass or does he want the lead, or does he just want the lead? And what speed does he want it? 21 feet per second, maybe.
2,100 feet per second.
So my concern with taking water from the river is the river passes right through Warsaw, right at ground zero. So it'd be better if they had a well in the village and we could draw all the water from the aquifer. That's my thought.
Yeah, and y'all know with the MRE, you need plenty of water.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong. Like, it can go either way.
But I mean, was there a well in the village? Did you happen to see?
There's fresh water there.
All right, so maybe we can at least if we were to give our canteens to Skylar and maybe give him I got a clip. I could give him a clip from my M9 pistol so he could go back, try to get the water, but if they want him to pay, he could give him one of my clips, my magazines for my M9, which carries 15 bullets. That's not going to kill me, just one pistol clip. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Ion? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we still got you.
Okay. Did that make sense, what I said?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if you'd like, I could give you a magazine, and we could give you our canteens.
All right, I'm back online, guys. I'm sorry, I must have dropped off Discord.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't
you
hear you
did.
drop out. Yep.
Okay, so what I had said was that we could maybe give you our canteens, and I could give you one of my magazines for my M9 pistol, which is not my primary weapon, and I've got 3 magazines. And you could try to get water, fill up our canteens, and then if you had to, you could use that magazine with 15 bullets in it as from a Beretta. So you could use that as payment if they made you, right? But then we could hightail it out of here if that sounded okay.
Yeah,
they-
that sounds good. I'm willing to do that if the group thinks that's a good idea.
How do you think they'd respond to a show of force?
With violence.
Well, that's a good question. I mean, there's only 4 of us, and I saw I don't know what the peak number is, but there's at least 30 people, 30 armed
No.
civilians.
It was
No,
at
no,
least
4.
4 armed civilians and at least
Oh.
30 other people, but they seem to be rotating out.
I mean, if we want to try to get people like tracking us, I mean, that doesn't seem like a smart
Yeah.
idea, right? I mean, unless we kill
No.
everybody, right? Okay, so I drug a magazine into the chat. If you just want to drag that into your inventory, so you can have this magazine, Skylark.
Ah, gotcha.
And then I adjusted my inventory so that at least if we have water and then we could share food and hunt. That's my thought with what everybody else says.
Well, so in that vein, can we collect water without having a container? So
Well, it's part of your kit. Everyone's got like a container that carries 1 unit of water. So you roughly carry a canteen. Roughly carries 1 day's supply worth of water.
all right. Well, so like when I rolled, I got 3 days supply. So that
Oh,
means I
oh,
have
sorry. Yeah,
3
I didn't realize that
containers.
you guys got your water. Yeah, so you roughly
Yeah.
got 3 days worth of water, right? And everyone kind of.
So basically, we could fill up to what our max was when we left
Yeah,
on the helicopter.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And for those
Yeah,
who don't,
yeah,
you can
'cause-
probably trade for some, right? Trade for
Yeah,
a container.
and that's what I'm saying. We've got basically without anything else, we've got three days of travel in us because we have the water, and with the water, or, actually we got a little bit longer, right? It's like 3 weeks without food, 3 days
Yeah,
without
so-
water. I don't know what the rules are.
So maybe take a second. No, I only got 1 mag left. So maybe if you can use that magazine to get some containers, and we'll just see how much water we can get. That's really probably what we need,
Yeah, I
Wait a
think that
minute.
makes sense.
because water should be cheap.
All right, I agree. So I'm going to go back into the village and barter for some water, hopefully from a different stall.
Maybe free. Maybe you could get it for free.
Yeah,
Maybe.
look for a well, and
Yeah,
just
yeah.
do it yourself. And if they stop you, then
Yeah,
you're like,
a
no.
good
Then you're
idea.
like, oh, I'm sorry, it was water. It's from a well. I figured you
Yeah,
wouldn't
no-
mind.
Yep. So you go in and you find like a small, like a community well, and no problem at all refilling your canteens. No issues
Oh, very
whatsoever.
good.
Yep.
Yeah, this is fairly friendly place. I can see that. All right, I'm going to head back with my water and
Did you want
with
to
the
buy food?
magazine.
You guys weren't going to buy food. were
Um,
you?
No.
yeah, is there another
not
stall I can go to other than the grumpy old man?
No, the grumpy old man is all you got.
I'm going to go haggle with him again. And I'm going to implore him and beg him to be reasonable. Because I'm going to die out in the fields without something to eat. It's a long walk ahead. Everybody's hurting, especially because of that tactical strike in Warsaw. I was lucky to survive that. I lost my family. I lost everyone I know. Please, please, have some
Yeah.
mercy.
That one MRE though is not going to save us.
No,
Right,
but
like,
I'm a spy. I've got no pride.
He
and
he agrees
I would
to
have
sell
to
it to
give
you
up
on your
most
his
of my
regular
ammo
price.
for a week's food.
Ah,
So
um,
do you want to
How long?
go ahead?
Because I'll go hunt. Well, I mean, if we're gonna spend another cycle here, I'd rather just go hunt or forage. Even though I may suck at it, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd rather waste one bullet taking down a deer or something than 20 rounds trying to
yeah,
get one meal for one person.
that's a good 20. 20 is too much. You're right. I was hoping he would come down something a little bit more reasonable. All right, I'm out of there.
Okay. So we have hunting and foraging. Foraging is how you can collect water as well, by the way. This is how you can find water. So you guys are going to take, you guys just been resting, but you haven't really made camp or anything. It's now, if I put it in the, it's now roughly midnight at this point by the time that whole transaction has taken place. During that time, did you guys want to be hunting while he was doing this? Or do
Yes.
you? Okay. So you can either rest or you can hunt. Your call.
Hunt.
I'll rest while he hunts, and then I can stay and watch later.
Okay, so anyone who hasn't rested is now what's called sleep deprived.
Well, so while he was doing that, that's why I was saying I was hunting. So now it's midnight. This is
Oh,
the next.
now you're going to rest. You're going to take up another. Okay, I got you. All right, that's fair. All right, hunting. Hunting. Here we go.
I mean, what do we got? 2 days, even if we spread everybody's food out?
To hunt, you must first roll a survival modified by the terrain type, which means that you have tracked some kind of prey. Roll on the hunting table. All right, so the actual terrain type is in your main map. So it is, there's roads on this particular run. Images, wartime map.
Survival, I'm not going to do well with.
And there's, so terrain modifier. I gotta go to tables, images. So you get a +1 on your hunting. So you get to raise one of your skills or your attribute up 1 level. Look at that. That was Mikkel. Oh, no, it wasn't, sorry. Okay, so you are successful. If you roll, you manage to track several prey. All right, so you get 1 animal. To kill a prey you have tracked, you must first make another recon. You got to make a recon roll to move yourself into position.
Oh, shit. Do I get the same bonus to modifier?
It's just a base roll.
Okay. There it is. Moving around the side.
All right,
Crunch.
so
Snap.
all right, so as you're getting ready to take your shot, see, it just doesn't say you find it. You got to track it. You got to move into position, and then you got to shoot it. This is not easy for people. I can see why this is a survival game of ultimate proportions. seeing this is new for everybody, I'm going to let you have a shot, but it's going to be at a -1 modifier. And let me tell you what it is first. This is what you were able to find. As a rabbit.
Be very, very quiet.
It's a rabbit.
Kill the rabbit.
So
Kill
now
the
you-
rabbit.
Now you have to make
That goes to an 8.
second. Okay, let's see how this
Somebody
works.
ranged
To
combat.
kill the prey, you have to track it in the position. Second, you must make a ranged attack against the animal. You can make a slow aim if you have do you have a telescopic sight, like a hunting rifle or a sniper rifle?
No.
I'll give you my anti-tank gun.
And you get one shot at it. You get one shot. So if you don't have that, it is nighttime, so it's going to be a -1 because of the lighting. It's evening, right?
Yep.
And don't forget to add in your ammunition. Is that it there?
Yeah, I added 1.
Oh, okay, perfect. So you scratch off 3 shots. And you get yourself a rabbit, and it's worth 2 rations worth.
Well, somebody give it to Skylar. He's wasting away.
Well, this is raw rabbit right now too, so.
Yeah, right. Still have to cook it.
All right, I'll light a campfire then.
Yeah, I think we could probably do that since there's a trading post right here. It's probably drawn all the attention it's going to draw.
Yeah, there's not much going on there now.
Indeed.
Yeah, agreed. They'll have a small fire to cook the rabbit.
Okay then. So someone to find a good proper camping spot, someone needs to make a survival roll.
I can do it.
Okay.
Because I can't.
Any modifiers?
No modifiers. You get a success, so you're good. You find a camp, you get a fire started. And let's see. Cooking fish, meat, and vegetables. Okay, by a campfire, you can cook up to 12 daily rations of food each, so you only got 2, so that's fine.
All right, so who's the lowest on MREs?
Okay, so first of all, you have to make who's doing the cooking. It's a survival roll based on cooking.
Can I do it with somebody helping me?
Sure. Plus 1, up to 3 people can help you. So
I'll help them.
Who
Okay.
wants to? All right, here I go.
Now watch that side. You're going to burn it.
Thanks.
Flip it. Come on.
I'm gonna push it.
all right, push it.
I'm gonna push it.
Push it real good. Dun, 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 dun,
I
dun.
made it.
All right.
Yay.
So you managed to cook the meat, and you got yourself now 2. I'll put it into the party sheet because I love using this party sheet now.
Oh, yeah.
Items.
That would have sucked if I would have got stress from like burning a rabbit. Oh my god! Like what a wimp, right?
Master Sergeant's breathing down your neck, telling you you're doing it wrong.
There you
So
go.
yeah, I mean, if I was gonna run this, I would definitely make a bunch of random parcels for just crap people are gonna find here and there, and
Yeah.
just drop them in, you know.
Drop them. Yeah, for sure.
Give those to Skylark since he's out of food.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah, whoever. I have 1 left,
I'm
so
starving. I had to beg a bum and for some beet soup.
Yeah, I've got 1 left as well.
So I have 3, and I already ate today. So because I ate when we were waiting, so I'm good.
All right, I gotta make a roll
I
here
did not
now.
eat, so
All right, who's on watch?
I'm all watch because I rested before.
Okay, so everyone, as you're cooking and everyone's starting to get some rest, I need you to make a recon roll. Okay.
Shouldn't that be a success?
That is a success. Don't count the numbers because what it is, the negatives subtract from the positives. It doesn't give you two separate numbers.
I
Like, you know what I mean? Like if you got 3 successes and 1 failure, it'll come up as a 2. That doesn't matter, right? So as you are on watch, and you guys are on a road, you see people coming down the road, armed individuals, as you're making your camp and getting some rest, and they do not see you. Let's see. They can be allowed the PCs to roll a recon roll to spot them. Yep, you see them, and they seem to be armed, and they're moving down towards the camp. I'm going to give you another map now.
Okay, so I'm going to kick out the fire, and I'm going to rouse my companions, and then I'm going to try to usher us into some sort of bushes or cover,
Okay.
so that we can watch and see what these guys are going to do.
All right, so I'm going to bring up another map here now, and we're going to set you up on a camp here. To do battle maps. I'm going to set the hexes here. Bring up the combat tracker. Delete all those old people. Delete from the tracker. Only foes. NPCs. I'm going to roll the initiative. And now I just got to look at the spotting distance. Man, there's a lot of charts in this to get into it. Alright, so share this. Alright, so in this map, you're going to see your tokens are over on the right. You can see the individuals on the left. You guys can set your camp up anywhere you want behind that red line. And you can try to set up an ambush. Here's a couple options you can do. You can hide and let them walk by, right? They look like they're armed, and they look like they're heading right towards the small town. They have various types of weapons on them. You do see or you can attack them outright, or you can try to waylay them, which is you set up like an ambush, and you say how close you want them to get before you actually pull the trigger, if that's the case.
I say we let them pass. And if they attack the village, we attack them from behind.
That's exactly the plan I was thinking.
Yep, that's what I thought too.
How far are we from the little village hub?
Well, you kind of made a camp. You're probably about 15, 20 minutes walk away from the camp now.
Oh, so we'd have to follow them.
So we're gonna have to follow them. Yeah, that's gonna be harder.
We know where they're going.
The choices, the choices. Do you let them go through to the town?
Yeah, we'll hide in the trees and the rocks to the north, and let them go past, and then give them a little time to get down the road, and then we'll follow them through the trees.
Yeah, I'd like to hunker down and hide as well. And if I can, if it's possible, I'd like to recon them as much as possible as they go by.
Well, you know where they are now because he came back and reported you. For you to be able to see them, like you got to move up to where they might be able to see you.
Even with my binoculars?
Even with your binoculars, because okay, so the way the line of sight works, terrain type modifiers. I will share this with everyone. The way it works is those smaller, see where there's like the little smaller bushes? And then you got your big, thicker trees that take up like a whole hex.
I gotcha.
The smaller bushes, you can see through up to 3 hexes. It doesn't matter if they're all together and you have line of sight. You can only ever see into the bigger bushes. So, you guys set yourselves up where you want it to be, and you can either be completely out of line of sight where they can't see you, or if you want to get close enough and sneak in, they might see you while you're trying to spy them. So you either got to say you're going to stay out of sight altogether and ignore it, or you're going to try to move into a position to eye them.
So I think, one thing I could do is move right here, right on this side of the trees there, Tom, and set my machine gun up and lay prone. And I should be able to see them because I'm only 3 little bushes.
Yep.
But they should only be able to see me if they just happen to turn their head left immediately as they pass me. Because as soon as they take another hex forward, there's now 4 bushes between us.
So the way the mechanics work is when they get into a spot where there's technically a line of sight, they will have to make a recon roll to see if they spot you.
And they don't get stressed, right?
And they don't get stressed, yeah.
Right.
And I can't do anything to cover myself more since I'm prone. And
well, you can make a recon roll to give yourself the ambush, right? You know what I mean? Like right now, you're saying this is where you want to be, so you get one chance to make a hide roll, right? And if you're successful, you get to stay there. If you fail, you got to find another spot if you have time, but you're not going to have time to find another spot to hide down. So if they do go in there, they will. As soon as you get in line of sight, they'll activate and be able to see you.
I say we just wait for them. See if they show up. If they do, we don't even know that they're actually. I'm metagaming. I say we just jump out there and shoot them because it's a one shot, right? But it's I don't know. Either way, I say we lay and wait. If they show up, we just wreck them.
If we can save the village, then maybe they'll be more apt to trade with us. So let's hunker down and let them go past.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you in following them into the village because, like you said, if we kill them here, the village doesn't know what we've done for them. That village has to know what we're doing for us to get a benefit.
Agreed. So hunker down, let them pass.
All right, so are you guys going to try to follow them type of thing? Or are you going to hunker down enough so you can see them as they walk by? What is it you're going to try to do?
We're going to let them pass by staying concealed. And then after we think they've gone past, then we'll scout out and try to follow them.
Okay. So you guys kind of hunker back. You can hear them kind of walking past. You can hear them racking rifles. screech as they're walking by, and then they pass you and they head off into the darkness closer towards the road. They're closer towards the town. And out of your sight.
Give them a little time to get past. I'll tell Skylark to take point,
Yep.
and we'll stay behind Skylark so that we don't draw as much attention.
You're going to try to catch up to him and watch him now?
Yeah, Skylark will maybe just barely keep them in sight from time to time as they meander down the road. Ideally, more we're trying to match their pace.
Gotcha. But do you want to be
Stay
able
out
to
of
keep?
sight.
Do you want to be? Yeah. So. All right. No problem. So.
Peek on them every now and again.
All right. You want to get as close as you can without having to be able to see them, right, Skylark? Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, so basically, I want to use the binoculars and keep a distance. I want to observe their pace. We're going to keep moving and keep following. But what we're trying to do mainly is to remain undetected. We have no reason to pick a fight with these people. We only are trying to see how they're going to interact with the village. That's what our main curiosity is.
Okay, so I'm going to make this a group ambush, or I'm going to use the group rules for recon here, to, just so in case something goes bad, like you're not. Or do you want to try to do this by yourself, and where the guys can't support you right away?
Yeah, I could do it by myself, I think.
Okay. So here's your options. You can try to get, you can get like up to 1 hex away from them, or you can get like the close is anywhere between 6 to 20 hexes. Anything further than that, you are going to be out of range because of the trees and the path and stuff.
Yeah, so I'm definitely 20 hexes. I'm more on the 20 hex side. Because I've got a set of binoculars with me. As long as I can keep a sight on them, even if they go out of line of sight, I know their general direction. If they go out of sight, we'll try to keep up. So definitely on the farther end of 6 to 20.
All right, so I'm looking. You're on like the road and the field, the road area there. You're following down the road. Because it's nighttime, you're on a road. And at the distance that you want to be at is going to be anywhere between 6 to 20 hexes, roughly. You're going to get a total of a +1 to your recon roll.
All right, and that's with binoculars?
That's with your binoculars, yep. Oh, does it give you a bonus to you? Does the binoculars give you a bonus?
Does.
Oh, well, yeah, let me know that.
+1.
So add whatever binoculars does to it.
All right. And then I can roll.
Yep.
All
So
right,
it's going to work out that you'll have 2 steps up.
Oh, I can only take 1 step up.
Why is that? Oh, because you're at 10 and 12, are you?
Yeah, I'm at 10 and 12.
All right.
All
So
right.
if you took 2 steps, wouldn't it go 12, 12, 6?
No.
Give him a third die?
It would be nice. But no, you don't get
Okay.
extra. You don't get extra dice.
Dang.
All right, I'm going to roll. Oh, miserable.
Do you
Can
wanna
I
push
push
it?
it?
Push.
You gotta push it.
All right, so if I push, I
You
just roll
failed
one
your
again,
roll.
right?
This
Yeah.
is your last, and if you fail, you take a stress.
All right.
You got a success. You can see that they're armed, and looks like they're setting up, and they're gonna push into the town. You think that if you wait too much longer, you're gonna miss your opportunity to get them before they start their attack.
What are they armed with?
They are armed with. Looks like they got some military grade weapons. Probably Russian.
Yeah,
1947 Kalashnikov.
Yeah, so when I roll recon, I have intelligence as a skill. So when I roll recon, when I spot enemy troops, vehicles, and weapons, if I succeed, the referee must tell me their stats.
Okay. Well, they are. It looks like they got some not body armor, but it looks like they got some old style steel helmets on. The weapons they have, they looks like fairly high grade. It looks like they're AK 40 or 74. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Their stats on an AK 74 are. And what I'll do, I'll just drag it right to the chat window. Oh. There you go. So they have a range of roughly 5 hexes for short range. They do 2 points of damage. Critical level is 3. Rate of fire is 6. 30 rounds per mag.
Yeah, I can't. I'm definitely outclassed by that. There's 4 of them. So basically, I'm armed with a pistol, guys. So it's basically 3-on-4 with what looks to be high-end weaponry. Considering the situation compared to the village, the village has at least 4 armed people that we're aware of at any given time since they rotate out the watch.
Let me just drop an anti-tank round on them.
So what are you guys going to do? You're going to try to attack?
I have an idea, guys. I have a plan. In my backpack, as part of my mission, I have 6 units of plastic explosive. We might be able to set up an ambush and lure that fire team back this way to walk directly into that plastic explosive.
Well, that means somebody's going to have to draw their fire. Wouldn't it just be easier just to shoot an anti-tank round at them?
Yeah, could be true.
And we don't know that they're going to open fire on the village yet. And once they do, then we'll have the villagers help in taking them out.
That's true.
I don't know. They're red. I think they're going to open fire.
Well, his intelligence told him that they were heading towards the village to do some trouble. So
Yeah, did they have a helmet on? Are they affiliated with an army?
No, it's ragtag. But their weapons are high grade, which is suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
I say we close the distance and be ready to attack them from behind once they open on the village.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so this is the way it's going to go. They are definitely going to open up on the village. We have Skylark, who is roughly within 6 to 20 hexes away, which is where he's going to start. You guys are going to can try to move up. All right. And you guys do have the element of surprise at this point. Or if you guys do decide to move in closer, you guys are going to have to make a recon roll to get yourself set up, depending on how close you want to be.
Okay.
And then I'll place the map, and then I will put the tokens on it, and then you can decide where you guys want to start.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right. So
hit him with an anti-tank round.
So for the Skylark, he's in a safe position. He's not spotted. So I'm going to put him, seeing he did the first recon and he's hiding. I'm giving him the initiative of 1, so he'll get to go first. For the other individuals, you guys need to make a group recon. So the person with the best recon roll should roll. The other guys could help. And they are going to, and you're going to try what's called an ambush. So you want to tell me how roughly close you want to get to them in hexes, and then we'll set it up from there.
I've got a 10-8 on my recon.
All right, you can roll it. I need to get within 6 hexes.
Okay, so the way the ranges work, the first number, the range is your short range. All right? Medium range is double your short range, and long range is double medium range. So it's not just 6 hexes. It's 6,
Right, it's 6,
12,
12,
24, and 48.
Okay.
But obviously, short range, there's no negatives.
So on my recon roll, can Mikkel help me? Give me a boost.
So the three other guys there, or the 2 other people that there can help you, and you can get a +1, and you're making a group recon. So you got a mishap, but you did get a success. All right, so now they need to roll.
Isn't that 2 successes?
Oh, there's 2 successes. Yes, you're absolutely right. All right, so do combat tracker. Go to here. They have to roll. Yep. So you guys. Oh, how close did you want to get first, by the way? Because that's, you said 6, up to 6, right?
Well, that might be a little close, but
you got to
I'm
tell me.
thinking
Yeah.
12 hexes away.
12 hexes away. All right. So you successfully got within 12 hexes away. I'm going to set up a map now. And we'll put you in the position. Just trying to find a good one.
Well, we're hoping to involve the civilians if you want to use that same map that the trading post was at.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. That works.
It's just the scale's wrong.
Yeah.
I just got to find that map again now. Because where I took your tokens off of it, I just can't click on your character to bring up that map again.
Village map 5.
Tom's on it. Click on Tom.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, I got it. All right, so let me put the individuals. So you guys can set up anywhere within 6 to 20 hexes away from them. And combat tracker, the marauders are here. There. There. And there. All right, I'll put you guys back here. And Mikkel. So I'm going to let you guys all have the initiative. And I will reshare the map. All right. So now you guys have an option to change your initiatives amongst yourselves, right?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone has the option to... Oh, first of all, before we do this, did anyone want to take a quick bio break, a quick drink or whatever before we get started?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm good too.
So can I ask you a question about my machine gun?
Yep.
Can I target multiple people if they're all in a ball like that?
You can target, like, in a hex, and when they're stacked, yes, you have the possibility of hitting everybody.
Okay. So maybe I should just open fire first before they scatter.
It's entirely up to you. So the way this works is everyone can make a fast action and a slow action, or they can make 2 fast actions. So I'm going to drag out a link to the chat window. And there you can see at the very bottom there's a couple of links, and these are your particular actions that you can do. As a quick action, you can move 2 hexes. So technically, if you take 2 quick actions, you can move 4 hexes. If you want to run, you got to make a mobility roll, and for every extra success you get to move an extra hex. And if you have backpacks on, it's a -2.
Okay. So we're within 10 hexes.
You can set up anywhere you want to allow your ambush to take place, as long as you're at least 6 to 20 hexes away from them.
Okay. I'll let Tom decide that.
While you're thinking about that, I am going to just grab a refresh on my drink.
Okay, I gotta change Discord devices. I'm gonna drop off. I'll be back on.
Okay.
So, are these 1 hex? Is that what it's working out to now?
Yeah, I think each, like if you have a range of 5, your range is 5 hexes.
Well, if you have a range of 5, your short range is 5, your medium range
Yeah,
is
I'm
10,
sorry.
your long,
Yep.
yeah. But, I mean, just this particular map. Did he put it as?
Yes.
All right, I'm back.
Were we following them down the road that leaves the map to the north?
Say that again.
Were we coming down the road from I-1?
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
So yeah, I think Mikkel should set up in the forest next to the road. Otherwise, he's not going to have much of a line of sight.
Yep. But like I said, you guys can set up anywhere on this map as long as you're outside of 6 hexes. It's entirely up to you guys.
You guys want to approach from the east? The forest to the east for cover?
That sounds good. I'll just lay them out right here. So I'm 8 zones away.
And Skylark over here in the forest somewhere near us.
So the incoming fire from them is going to be directly to me. So if you guys want to be in a different position, you should have a clean shots on them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, they're just in a bad spot for us to be technically ambushing them. They got they got through a wide open space, so I'd rather have them have minuses to hit me and be in cover, even if they're directing their fire towards me. You know
Okay.
what I mean?
Yeah, does Skylark want to come down here near
That's what
us?
we can do.
He just set off. He disconnected from his Discord there for a second, so
Oh, okay.
he'll be back.
Yeah,
here.
so I'm back. I just dropped in.
Yeah, set up a bit of a crossfire.
Yeah.
So the only thing that will affect line of sight are the tree hexes. All right. Anything that looks like a field and the building. So anything that looks like a field, that's not going to like grass or corn or whatever, wheat. That's not going to affect line of sight. And anything that looks like a wall or a hedge, that will block line of sight as well or affect line of sight. So like those yellow fields that you see there, that's not going to affect line of sight or anything like that.
Okay.
Oh, those are.
All right. So do you guys want me to open up first?
Yeah, is Skylark back on yet?
Yeah, I'm back on. I wanted to ask if I'd be able to try to improvise with my plastic explosives, improvise like a tripwire device, something along those lines.
It would require a tech roll to set something up, but you'll have to describe how you're doing it.
Yeah, I don't imagine they're going to come running towards us.
Nah,
That's pretty
All right.
dangerous.
I'm going to hang with 8-Ball. I'm lightly armed, so I'm going to take up a position probably behind these houses where I can take some cover.
All right. So before we start, right now the turn order is Skylark because he was the first one to do it. Everyone else is just 2, 3, and 4. But you guys get to decide who wants to go first, and then I'll put you in that order.
Yeah, I'm very happy to give up the first position to someone.
Yeah, Mickle will go first,
Okay.
and then 8-Ball, then myself, then Skylark. But
Okay.
we're going to hold fire until they open fire on the village first.
And then Tom is going there, and you're going fourth.
I would expect they probably open fire at short range. I don't know. Let's just see how it plays out, I guess. Never mind. Delay my
right.
last.
Do you want me to hold my action? Can I
Yeah.
ready action?
Yeah, you can hold an action. Like I said, have a quick look through those actions and what you can do. If you do, going to like now it's your turn. You have to tell me what you're going to do, and I'll put a note on the tracker.
All right. I'm gonna take my free action and drop. I'm gonna use my fast action to take cover in these trees, and then with my slow action, I'm gonna ready an action so that if they take an aggressive action towards the village, I'm gonna unload on the closest pack of marauders.
Oh, yeah, and I got to put the villagers in here. NPCs.
I mean, the problem is if they get too close to the villagers, I got a machine gun.
Yep. And if we wait for them to move, I mean, that's where they were headed, right?
Yeah, I mean they're not on the road, Tom. So they're probably not up to any good, right? If they were like going to trade, they would take the road and not hide out in the forest, right?
Oh, we know what their intentions are. It's a matter of the villagers knowing what their intentions are first.
Right, but I don't want to accidentally kill a villager with my machine gun.
You know that like right now, I don't think that they're aware that they're being observed by us. Is that
So
correct?
right now, you guys can grab your cover. You can get in the position free. All that is done. You guys are ready to rock and roll. All right.
If we take an Overwatch on them, and as soon as they do the first maleficent thing, rip open into them, we're basically going to be attacking them from behind, unaware. And I think that would be advantageous. We're practically doing that anyway, I guess.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing.
All right, I'm gonna take a ready action then.
Yeah, I'm aiming at Marauder 4.
Aggressive action at a villager.
All right. So So, Mikkel, you're taking Overwatch at which target? So I'll get you to target
I'm
the individuals for me. Like, so you control click on the one that you're going to target. There you go. So that's number 3 there. And you're taking Overwatch, right?
yeah, but yeah, and hopefully I can get him when he's in the square with somebody else.
Well, he's in a.
Yeah.
There's 2
Get
people in
both of
each hex right there.
Just target
Yep.
both of them so he knows.
There you go.
Right, but they're going to move, right? So that
They
they
might
move
move.
away, I may not be able to do that.
Yeah. So you're taking Overwatch and you're done for now, right?
Yep, I'm done.
Okay, 8 ball.
Do I even have line of sight to these guys?
You do, yep. But if they leave that tree and head south, you're not going to be able to see them.
Right, because then it'll be blocked.
Yeah.
Well, all right, so then I don't see the ready action on here.
I got to call it Overwatch for some reason.
All right, well, I guess I will do the same thing, wait for them to react. I still have my backpack on, though. I'm not.
Okay. So you are. Overwatch. And is everybody prone? Or
Yes,
just
I am. Yeah.
What about you, Skylark? You prone?
I am.
Okay.
I'm super prone.
All right. So Tom, what are you up to?
I've been slow aiming at Marauder 4 because I can't do a slow aim and fire in the same turn.
Okay. And that's what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm using my sniper rifle with the telescopic sight to do a slow aim.
All right.
And then, once the firefight breaks out, I'm going to shoot him in the head.
So, but you're not but you're not going on the Overwatch, are you? Like
No.
a ready action? Okay.
I can't because I'm aiming.
Right. All right. Skylark, you're up next.
I'm going to stay covered, stay prone.
Okay. Civilian number 1 looks like he gets to act first. He's just staying there. Marauder number 1. He is going to move out into the field. Any actions?
No.
I'm going.
You might not be able to see him now. But is there any actions on at all right now?
Not unless he tells me to fire.
Nothing yet.
All right. Do you see him disappear into that building? Next Marauder. Looks like he's moving out into this field. Anything?
Nope.
He's disappearing into there for now. Marauder number 4 is moving out. Nothing?
Yes.
All right. And the other one's moving out into the same building. And they all go into the same building. Civilians aren't doing anything.
So, it looks like. Oh my gosh. I'm going to. Can I start crawling over towards 8 Ball?
Yeah, you can start making your way. But in turn sequence, of course.
Of course.
So, Mikhail, you just seen the people go into the buildings? They're in the
Yeah, I'm
buildings
just sitting
and they're
tight
not
with
in.
my over.
Yep.
I got an Overwatch action. I'm just gonna Overwatch.
All right, gonna Overwatch again. Okay. 8 Ball. You cannot see anyone anymore because the force is in the way.
That is fine. I'm going to double fast move.
Okay. Move yourself 4 hexes. And you are. Oh, you can't be. You can take. To stand up is a fast action. So you can only move. You can try and run though.
I wasn't prone.
Oh, because at the very beginning I asked if everyone's prone, and everyone said yes, so I put prone on everybody.
Oh, well, no. I just didn't say yes. Sorry. But,
All
all right,
right.
so I stand up as a fast action. I can move 2 squares.
Yeah, but you can try to
Whatever it
run,
is. Yep.
and any extra success you get, you can move an extra hex, right? But you just if you got your backpack on, you got to is a net -2.
Yeah, no. I'll just do that.
That's fine. Okay, Tom.
Looking for a target.
They're all in the buildings now. Mind you, you can see them all. Like they're in the buildings, and that, but they're in. You can't physically see them, but you know where they are.
Okay, I'm looking through the windows with my sight or with my scope.
Yep.
See if are they setting up a position to shoot from or anything like that.
Okay, so technically, what you're saying is that you can do like now that you're watching. I will allow you, and you stay and watch, and I can put you on Overwatch. And that way, you can choose to shoot if you see something.
Okay.
Skylark.
I'm going to say shit, and then I'm going to stand up, and I'm going to run towards 8 Ball.
Okay. So you can move 2 hexes for free.
Somewhere in there.
And you can. Is you only going to run 2 hexes?
Yeah, I just want to get. I want to pair up with 8 Ball.
Okay. Yep.
Well, I mean, you could say, since we don't have radios, I assume when you tell me, when you said that you were going to move over towards me, that I didn't hear you say that. So
No. You don't know I'm doing that at all.
Right.
But I should be within some distance here, right?
Oh yeah, you're within earshot. Like each hex is roughly 5 to 10 meters, right? Scale
Yeah,
up
I'm just going to get 8 Ball's attention, and I'm just going to tell him, hey, by the way that force was moving, they're definitely military because they were moving with Overwatch. Everyone moved. Everyone was covered. They moved as a unit. So what I'd like to do with 8 Ball is to help him if we open fire by kind of using my binoculars to spot and correct his fire as much as possible.
All right. Well, once you get into line of sight with them, you certainly can try something like that. Yeah.
Yep. That's why I'm here.
Okay. All right. Next up, civilians not doing anything, and inside the building, you can see flashes of light flashing through the windows, as if they're shooting sounds coming from inside the buildings. It seems like they're murdering the people that are sleeping.
Yeah, that didn't work real well.
So they are in there. That one there is now shooting as well. You hear more gunshots going off. They're all shooting. This guy here reacts, and he is going to move up to here, and he's going to run up that way, and this guy here is going to go to there and here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep.
Oh, are you recentering the map, or is it me?
That's an option. It recenters on the map. The active person. It makes the active
I can
person
turn it
recenter.
off.
I gotta turn it off too because it drives me bonkers.
Yeah, so if we engage now, the civilians are going to think we're with them, and they're going to start shooting at us. Yeah, this isn't going to go well.
Yeah, we
No,
fucked this up, boys. Game over, man. Game over.
We can still get out of here with no skin in the game.
Where's the fun in that?
You're catching movement.
Anti-tank rounds my next option.
Mikhail, you're catching movement of people in the window.
Yeah, I'm going to request to withdraw to the north.
Any response? Any commands? You running? What's going on? Who's the boss here? Who's running this chicken shit operation? Who's in charge of this chicken shit operation, eh?
I'm just a master sergeant. I'm not an officer.
Request to withdraw to the north. We should just get out of here.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad. I agree.
You let them walk right into the camp and murder people. I give you every opportunity.
Hey, I was just following orders, man. Skyle said wait. He wanted to get credit. He's now getting credit for murder.
You're over there
position.
All right, I'm holding my position, and I'm overwatching it.
All right, 8-Ball, what are you doing? You can hear the gunfire up ahead.
I guess I'm gonna try and run.
Okay, it's a -2 because you have your backpack on. You can always drop it as a free action.
Yeah, but then I don't have what I need. Well, okay, so let me ask you, because I wouldn't put grenades in my backpack; they would be accessible.
I would,
have
yeah.
A belt accessory, so I put it on belt.
Yeah, you have like a webbing, right? You know what I mean? Like, so your combat webbing, yeah. Don't
right,
jolly
so
is mean. What do you mean jolly's mean? I see that.
No, I'm just gonna try it. I'm gonna stumble over to the bushes so my backpack's close.
Okay.
So what is it? Stamina?
It is a mobility roll. So it's a -2. And you're running, yeah, -2 with your backpack. Nope. Now you can do a quick action to get. That was one action to get that
I
far.
can push it, right?
You can try pushing it if you want. Yep.
And the other question I had, can we push a shot?
Yes.
Okay, right. So I will just what happens with my failure? How far do I move?
Oh, you can always move your 2 hexes, regardless.
Okay. So then I will move into the tree line.
Yeah. There you go.
And then that would be the end of my turn.
And you are no longer prone, so I will remove that. Oh, you can drop prone, though, now that you're there, because that's a free action. It's entirely up to you.
Then I will do that. I would do that now that I'm in a position to see things.
Okay. All right, Tom.
Overwatch waiting for a marauder target.
You can see them in and around the windows, and they're completely rampaging, ransacking inside. Most likely anyone inside is already dead, or worse.
If I can see one through the window and get a shot off, I will.
Yep, you got one. You can see one right now in the window.
All right, so my fast action is to aim,
Yep.
and my slow action is to fire. Is that how that works?
Yeah, and you were doing your whole aiming process, your single shot bolt action rifle thing, right? You're doing your
Yes.
long aim. All right. So the grid, don't use the zone numbers on the grid here because I don't think it's lined up right. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're 8 away. So what's your short range?
That's short range for me, baby.
All right, so that's short range.
20.
They are behind a barrier. So I got to get my barrier here because it's a wall. And where's my fire modifiers?
So is there a way to set up like for example with Shadow of the Demon Lord, they had, boons and banes. Is there a way to set up a mod to remove dice?
I don't know. I know there is. I know someone can make it for me, but I can't make it. But there's a way of doing it for sure. All right, so it's nighttime, so it's going to be a -2. You're aiming, so you did a long aim.
Yep, that's sniper aim. That's a +2, so that wipes that out.
Yep. The target
I have
is
a telescopic sight, which gives me a +2.
Okay, so you're up +2. And you're shooting at someone through a window, so it's a -2. So you're still at 0 right now, which is good. And let's see. Yeah, we'll just call it as a 0. So you got a hit. Combat.
Yes!
Yeah, you got, let's see here. So
I just rolled hit
Yeah,
location.
you don't need to roll hit
4.
locations for those guys. It does 4?
Oh, damn. Yeah, it does 4.
Okay.
I just blew his head off. It's a 50 cal sniper rifle.
How come that just happened there? Oh. You're targeting Marauder number 4. Does it do a crit? What's his crit level?
Crit is 3.
Okay, so I gotta see if you said you hit him in the head, right?
Yes.
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter anyway. But it does a crit, and boom, he's vaporized.
Pink mist.
All right. Hey, is there anything else that was it you can do? I think for now.
Yeah, that was it. His buddy should be a little shocked that their buddy just has a big gaping hole where his head used to be.
Yes, you completely evaporated one of them, for sure. The one that you were able to see. Skylark, are you doing anything?
Yes. First, I'm going to say shit, and then I'm going to run 2 squares to these buildings and seek cover, and drop prone and seek cover.
So you're dropping prone and seeking cover. Okay.
Yep.
So you have cover. Civilian number 1. He is going to run to here, and he's going to seek cover, drop and get cover in the buildings, and he's going prone. Marauder number 1. He is now going to react to the first shot. And I'm going to roll the dice to see who... Well, technically it's the sniper, so he's going to fire at the sniper, I guess.
Does he see me?
Oh, yeah, he sees you.
Okay.
So you are prone. You are medium range away, so that's down to -3. -3. It's dark. -5. So he's going to roll a 6 already. So 6 and a 0. And he opens up full burst in your direction. So he got a 6, which is a hit, but he's got nothing else. So for you, hit location, hit you in the arms. And you take, I'm pretty sure it's 2 points of damage. I got to bring it up. Items 47. AK 47. Or AK 74, I said. So you take 2 points of damage.
Okay.
Oh, wait, now you got cover too, right? What am I saying? You're in the woods. I forgot. You got
Yeah, I'm in the
woods.
trees. Yep.
Yep. So for the terrain modifier, you're in the forest. It gives you a cover of 2, so you take 1 point of damage.
Yeah, I also have a flak jacket on. Does that help with the arms, or is that only torso?
No, it's only torso.
Okay, 1 point of damage it is.
All right. Next one, number 2. He's doing something in there. He's going to... he's staying in that building. He's not doing anything. Number 3. He is going to roll the dice, and he is running away, and he's gonna, because he doesn't know, he's obviously, he's running away. He doesn't know what he's doing. Shots going off everywhere, so he's hiding back there. Marauder number 2, he is going to take a shot at the civilian. Whoop. So let's roll the dice. So he's in close. -2. So 6. 6 and 6. And he's firing at the guy just below him. Mikal, you got targets now that you can see.
All right, then I'm going to take a shot at the targets I could see. Can I see both or just one?
You can just see the one right now.
Okay, so that's Marauder number 3?
Let's see. It's hard for me to... Marauder number 3, yep.
All right, I'm going to take a shot with my machine gun then.
Okay. So you are... What's your range? Your short range?
6. So 6'12". So I'm medium.
You're at medium range, so that's a -1. It is You want to target the hex terrain? You can target the hex terrain if you want to target the whole zone.
I would like to target. I'd like to target the hex terrain.
All right. Because they're in a building, I'm going to say it's -2 for the whole zone.
Okay, so the minus comes off the low or the high one.
So we're gonna add it up first. So you got your -2 for the hex terrain, -1 for the range. So you're at -3, and it's nighttime and it's -2. So that's -5 total.
Okay, so that takes I go to the lowest first, right?
Yep.
So that takes that one down to 2.
So it goes from
Can it
6
drop
to
it all
0.
the way to 0 or it stops?
It,
Okay.
it
So
drops
it goes
from
from
6
10,
to 0.
8. So 8, 6. So that's 3. So that's 3 off the first one.
Yep. Off
So
your
I still
lowest.
got
Yep.
12. So I still have 2 more. So that takes that to 8.
Yep. So it'd be 8 and 0.
And I'm going to roll.
Now add in as much
So
ammunition as you want.
I'm doing all of it 6.
Okay.
All right, and I'm going to roll.
Okay, so you got 2 ones,
Ooh.
which is a mishap. But you did suppress them because you got a 6 on your ammo dice.
And
Okay, so you need to roll 2d10s and pass. So just roll 2d10s and get a success somewhere. No. So
Can I push it?
you can push it. Actually, no, I don't think you are, but we'll. The gun doesn't completely jam, but your gun is now at quality B. It went down from A to B. And they are suppressed. And I got your message too, so whenever you're ready, man.
All right. How do I annotate quality B for my gun?
Just type in, put in a note, is now quality, reliability is B. Where's Marauder 2? He may have not hit anyone, but he suppressed the fuck out of everybody.
Yeah, chunks of wall flying everywhere, glass crashing.
Yeah. Because that's what happens. Like, okay, so if you roll all your dice and none of your actual skill dice hit, but you get hits on your suppression, on your ammo dice, you still suppress the area. So the more shots you fire, the more suppressed they get. You know, so they're suppressed. You know what I mean? So even if you don't hit, you got their heads down now for sure. Okay. Who's next?
is it 8-Ball's turn?
Is 8-Ball's turn?
It is 8-Ball's turn.
Yeah.
Can I see anybody through the window?
Yeah, you can fire into the hex if you want. It's going to be a -2. Just to do that alone.
All right, so minus 3 for nighttime.
-2 for nighttime, -2 for the hex, so it's -4. Or sorry,
So 4.
-2 for nighttime, -2 for the area, so yeah, -4.
And then I get a +1 from rifleman.
Yep. So then you're -3 then.
I forgot to take my +1.
Oh
Dadgummit.
no!
Yeah, I did too.
All right. So you got no successes. Would you like to re-roll? Push it.
I would.
All right.
Oh, and I forgot to change my damn ammo dice too. Well, I'll roll the same one since that's what I had.
So they're still suppressed.
But that's all I can do.
All right. Tom Banff.
And so I take a stress.
Do I have a target?
Yes, that's right. You take one. You take actually a damage because it's a physical skill. So you got to take 1 point of damage. Yep, your go. So essentially, it's the same as it was for you before.
Okay. Well, I should be one less because I didn't have the advantage of a slow aim.
Okay.
Oh, but I get a +1 for my sniper rifle that I didn't get last time, so that'll balance that out.
Okay. You get a hit. Roll your area. Okay, so they do get cover on this one. Their armor. It does 4, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That building is getting completely shredded, and their heads are down. There's glass going off everywhere. Blights are just you see you can see all the tracer fire going into it, and the building is just completely shattering and becoming totally obliterated. Skylark,
I'm going to hunker down where I am.
you're just going to go prone right where you are?
Oh, I'm already prone, already in cover. Just going to stay right here. Because I've got a pistol. There's not much I can contribute.
Okay. All right, so he's going to roll. Do. So that goes to a 0. Okay, he doesn't do much. He's suppressed. He's gone. He's become ineffective, so I'm going to delete him. And he's suppressed.
All right. I'm going to do my same roll again, but this time I'm going to give myself a +1, so it's a 10-0.
Give her. Let her have it.
I'm going to push it.
Okay, give her a shot. Oh, I see a lot of ones.
Oh, but there's a hit at least.
There is a hit. All right, so what's the damage
So
on
Jolly,
that? Wait, go ahead.
do I lose all those bullets? Do I lose all the
all
bullets
those
from
bullets.
both the push and the other?
No, only from your push.
Okay. So the damage is a 2 with a crit a 3.
Okay, just roll on your hit placement.
Okay, how do I do that?
Bottom right corner of your character sheet under tables. Top one. Hit locations.
There it goes.
Yep, they are suppressed heavily.
Oh, I didn't hit him? Dang.
You did. See, the way it works is that if you hit a target, an NPC, unless they're a special NPC, any hit suppresses them. Any critical damage kills them outright.
Okay.
The way it works for NPCs, right?
Balls.
Unless they're
8 balls.
So you're keeping their head down, like they are very, like they can't return, they can't do anything. You know what I mean? Like you got them suppressed.
Yep. All right, 8 balls turn.
So if everybody wasn't so far away, I'd go open the door. And I don't know if there's anybody else still alive in there, or I'd throw a grenade. Screw it. I'm gonna throw a grenade. So,
All right.
is it a fast action to pull something?
Well, it's to fire a grenade. Maximum you can throw it is a range of 2, right? There's no like long range or medium range with grenades, so you can move and you can throw it. If you move up 1 more hex.
Because it includes the space I'm in.
How do you mean? Like you're 3
I
hexes
thought
away,
there were
right?
3.
There's 3 hexes in between you and the building.
Range is 3 for my grenade.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Well, then you're good. What type of grenade is it? Just a.
White phosphorus grenade.
Okay then. All right. So, grenades.
Grenades. I assume it targets a hex.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the rules for the actual throwing. I can't wait to have these rules memorized. I can tell you that right now. There's so many little small things. There's nothing there with heavy weapons, no range combat. Damage.
Hand grenades follow the same rules as any other heavy weapons. They can only be used at short range. Hold a pin on a grenade. This is a fast action. You do not need to aim to throw a grenade.
So there's a heavy weapons. There's a heavy weapons. I wonder if the machine gun's considered a heavy weapon. So would you just use this modifier then? Is short range? I guess this is what you would use.
And then there's a deviation chart. So I have to roll a heavy weapons?
Is that what it said? You got to roll on heavy weapons when you read it out?
It just says it uses the same rules as heavy weapons.
I guess so. I guess it's the heavy weapons modifier.
Collected, blah, 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 blah.
So I should only be at a -2 then.
You should have been, yep. Well, no, because, yeah, you would have been.
And then I get a +1.
That makes, yeah. So it's darkness, according to this, it's darkness -1. And you're firing at a hex in your short range. So.
Oh, a hex is -2. No, I'm still at -5. No, I'm at -4. I'd gain 1, yeah. So I'd be at -4 plus another +1, so I'd be at 3. So I'd be a lot better.
Okay, so you don't need to roll the ammunition. You don't. Well, that doesn't matter. You can leave that alone.
I just didn't change it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So you got a 4. Did you want to push it?
Yes.
There you go. What's the blast damage on that thing? It should say like a power letter.
Yeah, I have to open back up. Sorry. It is blast fire. Doesn't have damage.
Oh, you got one of those special things.
Hey, Jolly, looking
Yeah.
at this modifier, it looks like there is no hex penalty for because the penalty is actually if you fire it at an individual.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see that. So I guess I didn't realize that the machine gun would be considered a heavy weapon, but that makes sense because it's designed to suppress zones as opposed to hitting someone.
Yeah. So really, I would be at a no minuses because of my plus.
Yep.
No, I'd be at -2, medium range
For
at darkness, and then net would be -1. So that's good. I want my durability back.
I would too.
So I found the rules on hand grenades.
Okay. What is it?
So they have special rules. They can only be used at short range. You
Yep.
have to pull the pin before you throw the grenade,
Yep.
and that's a fast action. You don't need to spend action to aim a grenade, so you don't get a penalty for not doing it. If a hand grenade lands in your hex, you get to roll mobility
For them to jump out of it.
to drop prone before the detonation.
Gotcha. Okay. Can you see anything there for fire? Because my computer is bogging right out now because I got everything running.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Well, that's
looking
what I was
for.
trying to find. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no information on it for a white phosphorus grenade.
I think it just hits.
Fragmentation is a C.
Yeah. I think for fire, field combat's effects rate. I think you just essentially you start a fire in that zone.
Well, I mean, I would assume that it wouldn't give.
Oh.
Or Blackvest wouldn't give him any.
No,
Under-
you don't get cover for.
Under types of ammo, it has an entry for white phosphorus that says white phosphorus rounds burn with intense heat. Rounds have no direct damage effect, and instead of explosion damage, white phosphorus rounds inflict fire damage of an intensity equal to the blast power.
But there's no blast power on the
grenade.
grenade
Mm.
Yeah.
unless I missed it. So we'll call it.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I thought it was a fragmentation grenade, basically. I mean, the real grenade. It's still a frag grenade that has it's full of white phosphorus.
I'm bringing up the chart right now.
All right, guys. I'm gonna have to bail out. I'm sorry.
That's no problem. I think he just may actually just kill them all right here. I think.
Have a good one, man.
Thanks for dropping in, Bane. I appreciate it, bud.
Later.
Yeah, good playing with you.
Yeah, this is fun. Hope to do it again.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, indeed.
All right, white phosphorus has a blast of C, fire of C rating, so it's a D8. So you roll 2 D8s. Six. Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, baby.
Okay, so he's got.
I was like,
Okay. So now we go back to fire.
well, the first one didn't show up, so I rolled twice. I like the first one, though.
Armor has no effects. You take damage, you catch fire. So the zone is on fire. You did critical damage because you did 2 points of damage. Your white phosphorus grenade successfully catches the building on fire. It's a crit and is essentially a zone. So everyone in that hex, I am going to be considering completely neutralized.
Woohoo!
Unfortunately, any of the survivors that were in the building, if there was any,
Are now dead.
are now dead as well. and you successfully shot to hell and burned down a villager's encampment, part of one of their buildings. So,
But we kept them from being completely wiped out.
completely, absolutely, yeah.
Do you think we can get some beet soup?
Obviously, everybody's kind of in shock. The villagers, they're a little pissed, obviously, because the attack took place,
Maybe.
and they start blaming you guys for causing war and bringing destruction. You know, they are grateful that you killed them, but they kind of blame you guys for setting the buildings on fire. And it turns out that was the
Storehouse, right?
not the storehouse, but that's where some of the nurses and the medical people were living.
Huh.
So that was the medical hut where they kept some of their medical supplies. So yeah, they're happy that you stopped the attack, but they're unhappy that you burned the place down.
Hey, Mickle, how many rounds did you go through? Oh, wait, Mickle's had to log off.
Yeah. He went through.
Yeah, can we get MREs for the rounds that we fired and the ordnance we expended in defense of their village?
I would say that they will give you some help, absolutely.
Oh, very good.
And well, this has been a few hours now, so we can call it here now. Like I said, this is just a one shot. Everything here was done by the random tables of an open sandbox.
Cool. Well,
Very
thank
good.
you, Jolly.
Yeah,
So
That was fun.
that was fun.
it's very interesting. Like again, I know this is like my second game. I'm usually a lot more quicker on the rules and more fluid, so I hate for the pauses. So until I get better.
Don't worry about them. We know.
Yeah, we'll all learn
Yeah, I
it.
was like, I didn't know a single one of them. So
But suppression is key. Just shoot
I
anyway.
I found out there's a section on fire damage.
Yeah,
Look
that's
up
what I was
fire
reading.
damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fire damage has a critical threshold of 2. And
And think, even though it wouldn't have been to my advantage, I think that when we got in the argument starting off about who should take command, that was a good opportunity for a social conflict challenge.
Oh yeah. That would have been because there is roles that. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. I got to be more alert to that.
I didn't pick up on it till half hour later. So
it seems like combat's pretty deadly.
Well, for example, let's just say that PFC 8 took a hit and it's a critical hit. So essentially, the critic is the critical threshold of the weapon. All right. So you take Tom's sniper rifle. It does a damage of 4. Its critical range is a 3. So which means even if it absorbs 1 point of damage to cover or anything, it's still going to do a crit. All right. So he rolled on the headshot. All right. So PFC, how many hit points do you have currently?
I think 5.
5? Okay, so you would have taken the 3 points of damage and taken the crit, and he hit you on the head, right? So if I was to roll the critical point on a head,
Is he wearing a helmet?
well, let's just say he didn't have a helmet on for this case.
Okay.
So right off the get go, I rolled a 10. You can't see that, can you? There we go. But I rolled a 10, which is a critical death right there. So you're instantly dead because of what he rolled, right? I'm going to unhide my GM rolls. So essentially, anytime you get a critical hit, you roll on that particular part of the body, right? And it can do different things. So show dice rolls on. So if I roll it again, let's see what happens. You guys should be able to see my roll now. Right? So right here, this is a lethal shot. You would die within a shift if you don't get medical treatments. Right? So you may have only taken 2, 3 points of damage and still above 0, but you will die if you're not treated. If you move,
In 2d6 shifts.
right? If you move while you're have any type of critical wound, you have a chance of dying instantly.
Yeah, it seems like this game's going to be more scavenging than combat.
Well, apparently, because I've never played the original games, right? So I'm only learning the setting and trying to figure out how it all goes. And apparently it's like picking and choosing your battles. Because I know, like, Tom, Skyle, you played this before and in the past, and
Yep.
Dan's played this in the past. Did you ever play this before too, Madman?
Yeah, like I said, it was 20 years ago. I think it was pretty
Right.
deadly then too, but
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I figured they would, I don't know, tone it down.
Apparently not.
Yeah, I thought
Nope.
I thought
Well,
that it'd be
none of
toned
their
down
other games are
too,
toned
but
down.
it's not, and I kind of like it. It's they're observing kind of how the play mode was, the way I remember it anyway.
Yeah, all their other games are pretty deadly as well. Symborium, Alien. I mean, so
Okay, so here's the issue right now. Okay, so we got hit. I know Tom took end up taking 1 point of damage, right, because of that bullet, right?
Yes.
So technically now you would need to, if you don't get treated within the next shift after taking damage, you need to make a sickness roll, or you become infected.
Yeah, gangrene is a real threat.
Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness!
Medic.
Like you gotta take, like, have a battle. You just can't. Okay, we're done with the battle. Let's move on to the next area. No, you gotta go rest up, get your bandages done up, take your medicine, make sure you don't get sick.
The way that I remember playing the game, most of the time was not in combat. Most of it was in camp, because you had to make fuel, treat wounds, treat sicknesses.
Yeah, that's that. I remember running this back in the day, and it was like every player, because we were around the table. Every player had like 2 or 3 characters drawn up at camp, but for each mission, only one character could go on a mission. But that way, if you had one that died, you had another in the wings ready to go.
That
So you didn't
having
have to
the
sit blankly at the table all night.
having the
Say again?
So you didn't have to just sit and stare blankly at the table for the rest of
Yeah.
the character.
Yeah.
having a platoon like that is a smart way to play for certain.
Yep. I think if for a campaign, I think that's what we'll do. We'll end up taking I'll probably get what, 3 characters or 2.
Yeah, I would say if you had people spend time, because it only takes a small amount of time once you learn how to do it to create another character, to roll up 3 characters. I think that would give you 2 things, at least in Fantasy Grounds. That would give you a catalog that you could offer new players.
Yep.
But it would also keep people in the game, so that you could actually run different missions and pick the people for that mission. As you know, so if you had a commander of the platoon, you could kind of lay that out.
Yep. Because I can see what I would do. This is just spitballing right off the cuff right now. Is because my goal is I want to have everyone to create a character based on the life path options, which is a little bit more in depth. People are a little bit more skilled. So everyone would make a main character. This is your main character, done by life path creation, and this is the way it is. And then everyone will make a backup character by the archetype, using the archetype method, which we did tonight. And then the secondary characters all go into a pool. So if extra people play, or the main character's wounded, you can pick from the pool itself. Not necessarily, but you can never pick a person's main character, but you can always pick someone else's secondary character or whatever.
Well,
Yeah.
right, and depending on the mission, I mean, if there's any forethought to the missions, like you would pick somebody with survival, or
Yeah.
you'd pick somebody that needed assault skills or whatever.
Yep.
I see where you're going with that. I don't think it's a good idea to have a main character because it's just too easy to die in this game.
That makes sense. But I think that everyone's first character, I kind of want them to go through the process of having that life path because
Oh yeah,
if you can keep that character alive, then hey, that's good on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
yeah. I like the life path, but again, the life path is it's always going to be hardcore because you're going to spend a lot of time making the life path, which is what I want to do. I like the detail, but like I said, you could lose that in the first encounter
Oh yeah, big time. And
easily.
I guess in war, I guess it does that, right?
Yeah, but the thing is that I think the important thing is the campaign. Characters are going to come in and out because, especially in this one where you've got like other options like civilians and kids and different armies and stuff, you can have you can have stragglers come in and out of the troop because you're not fighting for your country, even though you kind of are. You're kind of fighting under the branch of NATO or whatever is left of NATO if it exists at all, right? So nobody really knows.
Yeah. You're fighting for survival.
Yeah, everything is survival, and even ranks don't matter that much when you're fighting for survival.
Yeah. Because like I said, this I want to do everything with strictly the random tables, like as if you guys are just trying to get somewhere. There's no missions yet. Like I didn't want to have a mission. I just wanted this so I get used to the tables. And the random tables, like it actually kind of worked out like a little adventure. Like right off the get go, you're like, okay, we got a couple of days food. We got to get to this town. So you're rolling and you're trying to get encounters or not encounters. You know what I mean? Like I can see how just day by day survival in this game is it could be brutal.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah. With as many checks as it took to fail at hunting, yeah.
That's right. Like
What kind of character progression is there, though, for existing characters?
I haven't actually, to be honest, I haven't even looked at that part of the rules yet. But I would assume it's similar to the other games like Coriolis and Alien. You can upgrade a skill maybe after so many points, and you can upgrade a skill to the next level, and whatever, right? Like, so you may get like 2 or 3 points a game, and you may need like 2 points to up a skill. So you might be able to up a skill every 1 or 2 games.
Yeah, I don't remember it being a rapid progression type of game. There was very little ongoing character development. So losing a character after playing with them for 3 months, not as big of a deal as if you were playing some other games where they went from level 1 to they're now level 6.
Yep.
I don't think it's like that. So,
like I now that I think about it, I don't even think I've seen that in the rules anywhere.
No, the closest I ever saw on that was like you had the GM has some power to reward good role playing, and that's about as far as I saw as far as advancement.
Well, in Forbidden Lands, I think you vote at the end of a session for points. So, I mean, their mechanics are a little different.
Yeah, like they've done enough. Like I thought when I got Coriolis, that was my first experience with the mutant or the Year Zero system, right? So I thought, oh, Alien is going to be wicked. I said because I'm used to the Coriolis rules. Alien, twice as deadly, right? Like there's just like game over events in that one.
Game over, man.
and it's very, and the modifiers are a little bit different. The wounds are different. And then I said, all right, well, this is a military game, Twilight 2000. I said it can't be any deadlier than Alien, but it's just as deadly, but in a completely different way because you don't have to worry about food so much.
Well, right.
Or water.
Yeah, I mean,
or rain.
You have...
or wild animals. You know what I mean? Like it's just.
How does the experience work?
That's what I'm looking for, and I don't see it in the rules.
I don't see it anywhere either. I'm going to look. I've got my old rule book here. I'll look it up in there. I do remember the players getting more excited about, finding vehicles and better weapons and stuff like that as we went along.
Well, yeah, because you're salvaging, right? So, I mean, it's kind of like a looter shooter. In that case, what drops is what you get.
Like, I'm trying to figure out where you do gain extra XP to take on, for following your moral codes and stuff. If you follow your moral code, you can get +1 modifiers on one related skill if it makes sense. All right, so if your moral code is related to it. If you choose to betray your moral code, you suffer 1 point of stress. But if you look at Big Dreams under the character creation section, your immediate goal in the game talks about you get extra XP.
Yeah.
So maybe that's in the now I'm looking in the player's handbook.
Yeah, it's probably.
I didn't see much in the.
Okay, there's only 3 examples of XP in the player's handbook. So let's check the referee's manual.
Yeah, the other advantage of having multiple characters in the stable would be when your character you just adventured with is recovering from wounds over a longer period of time.
Yep. So there's no mention of the XP in the manual.
Mm-mm.
And the word experience is only once in the referee's guide. I'm doing word searches here using the search function, but I don't see it.
Nah.
Use progression. Or level progression.
There is a section in the old rules on skill improvement to be able to raise your skills as you go on.
It's
And
definitely
learn new ones.
It's very difficult as an archetype to be well-rounded. I can tell you that.
Yep, that's right. That's why I figured the archetypes would be good for like one-shots and stuff.
Yeah. Hey, I gotta go, guys. It was fun. Thanks, Charlie.
Hey, no problem.
And we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, I was glad you were able to join us.
Yeah, good gaming with you.
Yeah. Good night.
Yeah, you guys too. Looking forward to it again.
Indeed.
Yep. Next weekend, for sure, I'll be playing another game. Whew. Yeah, so I guess they haven't put those rules in it yet.
That
would be my guess.
Yep. Yep. So Bjorn is obviously upset because we never got any players died. And so he's like, good stream, no player kill. And the calendar option in this game, just because I thought about it, I said, oh shoot, you got to use the calendar. It works perfect.
Oh yeah, it would work perfect. You know, JC, I was reading a thread about old school D&D and how they would run it with time, and it had an interesting time component with their games in that the way this person was describing it, that games away from the table got marked off as calendar days on the calendar. So it would encourage groups to play more often. That was the idea.
Yeah, but you guys, that's like logging off in a multiplayer game, like Rust, and coming back and your character's starved to death.
No, not like that. They would be doing things in the background, but they wouldn't be adventure days.
Yeah, I got you.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
So if you're gone for a week, then a week passes on the calendar in game. So it would pressure people to play more. So like if you were gone for a month would pass. But where it was cool is this guy was running multiple groups, but they were all in the same game. So another group could find stuff and exploit stuff before another group got there after the calendar day. Like the way it was running, it's a intriguing idea to me.
right. So, and I can see this game. Yeah, because having something like that pushes you quicker to the seasons where it becomes wintertime and stuff like that too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Like it's October, so we may not starve to death yet, but in the middle of winter.
Yeah. Yep. So, okay,
Yeah,
so
I would
that
definitely set up like a random story template to put some of those tables in and
yep.
have it generate something for you.
Oh, I forgot you can do that with the story tables, can't you? I forgot all about that option. So,
Yeah, and it'll roll on tables multiple times, whatever you want.
yeah. So, if I was to do a campaign game, is obviously recommended to have a group everyone make a couple extra players just in case one gets wounded or whatever. But does that then add to the extra weight of because I'm going to have to learn to get very familiar with the party sheet, because in all my other games that was never required.
Yeah, the party sheet's pretty cool. You can do bundles and you can do separate things, but where it works out really nice is like when you have your different scenarios, like if you set it up with encounters and things along those lines, is that you can actually include parcels on the map so that you can just open it up and drop it whenever they hit that drop.
Gotcha.
Right, you can have everything already pre-planned out, so you don't have to you can build it as part of your encounter.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, so if I hear you. So would so everyone has. I was just wondering, like, how does it work for that's just extra keeping track of like food for all the characters.
Well, there's a couple of things there. If you open up the party thing, there's a couple of things there. One is is of course the parcels, but there's also the marching order tab. So you can drop PCs to add them as they're part of this party, and you can put them in a marching order in the on the table, so that once they're on there,
Or a watch order, you can set it, or you can all kinds of things.
Yeah, because I've never used. I don't even know what the marching order and the formation and the watch order does. I have no idea. But I'll learn.
The inventory tab's cool for like selling stuff.
Yep.
So like you could, if you set up your currency, whatever it is, doesn't have to,
Yeah, it could be bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you call it brass, it works like gold pieces, right? It doesn't really matter.
Yep.
But then you just have to track it from the player's sheet. How much do they have versus, and eventually you got a car. It's easier to leave it on the party sheet and say they have, extra ammo that they're not carrying.
Gotcha.
The vehicle could be part of the party sheet instead of somebody owning the vehicle. And then when you get to the end of the adventure, you can go to the XP tab and award it.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, I see that. Yep.
Because you can just create a quest and add the XP to that, or you can actually. I've used quests as important information as well, like so. That you just write down whatever block of text you want them to learn at that, and you can drop that as a link, give them credit, that use it as XP instead of whatever.
So you guys played this in the past. So you guys had those experiences where you're doing a campaign game and one guy is laid up for, like, to my knowledge in this one, like say if you got like 2 weeks, 2 shifts or 2 weeks of healing time or whatever, it's going to be whatever's listed as, because summer weeks or summer days and summer shifts and summer minutes. But once you're treated, you still suffer from the effects of it because some of it may have like a minus to your mobility or whatever. But then you're done. But so once you actually get healed, you're back to normal. You just suffer from the effects of it.
Yeah, but that's the thing is in this game you never get healed because you're always getting exposure to rads, which kind of works like the sanity in the Call of Cthulhu, right? You're always dying in this game. You're never going to get healed. So it is like you're pushing the campaign to whatever the finale is. Like you're going through the campaign, but your character is it's going to be like a lot more like Game of Thrones. You're going to have characters that are going to not be in the story very long, and they may be like super powerful, incredible characters, but they just may not be there.
Because I can see how this works. Like you can have your there's in the rule books. There's very little GM information, like actual running a game. It's just like your encounters, scenario sites. So I can see the scenario sites being important. And this is a scenario site. You got your main characters in this zone. Could be a bad guy, could be whatever, right? I get that. But for everything else, I can see it kind of being based off the tables. It's a literal open world game the way it's designed.
Yeah, and there's things. There's like peculiarities, like when you start reading the details about stuff, like the 1911 sidearm I got. I got like 3 full magazines of ammunition for that sidearm, which makes me really rich because in Europe there's not a whole lot of 45 rounds, and that's a issued sidearm to the U.S. military. So a lot of people have them, but they can't use them because there's no bullets for them. Almost everything's 9mm.
Oh, so you're saying that what I could do, depending on what zone you're in and what bullets they have, like maybe U.S. bullets are not as popular or not as valuable.
Yeah, exactly. You can't find 45.
Shit, man, that's crazy.
Almost everything in the item is scarce. It's hard to find, especially from an American point of view. So being an American army in Europe makes it way more challenging because you can't get the stuff that you're issued.
Unless you have, somebody, you still have a chain of command.
Yeah.
And most of the chain of commands are broken, and a lot of the small adventures are like trying to find a chain of command or trying to find somebody who's in charge. Because you'll hear rumors of it, but it's just not happening. It's kind of like 28 Days. You know, the 28 Days, that zombie movie where there's rumors that there's this place, and the military has this really nice place we need to get to, but you get there and it's not what you think. That's kind of what the adventures here are, is that you hear about chain of command and these rumors that you want to follow up on, but it doesn't exist.
Yeah, this is a different game I've ever run before. Like completely different. Like my specialty, you guys know. I know Dan knows, but my specialty is 2D20 Conan. Like I live and breathe that stuff. Everything
feels
else.
A lot to me. It feels a lot like a zombie game, but there's no zombies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The world's coming to an end.
Post-apocalyptic,
Yeah,
it is. It's like for me, like when I was playing Coriolis, you write little adventures, you're getting contracts and deals, right? So every session is kind of based around that, This one, you may go several games before you actually get to a point where you get a story mission. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, and I have to say that I'm really impressed with the experience I had playing this game. For you to pull a game like this together, you're like the game's hitting all the right check boxes for me for a T2K game.
Yep.
And that has a lot to do with how they put that together, because like for to get a group together, like a group that hasn't played this game and get them rolling on adventure took a lot of work just to get to being able to play it, because the rules were so
convoluted,
incredibly they were so convoluted.
Yep.
So this is an amazing game to me.
because I really liked, like I said, I did everything. I wanted to do everything, just get used to travel and the travel rules, and like for technically every 4 shifts, right? You roll for an encounter. All right.
Yeah.
All right. If you don't travel and you're staying in just a zone, right? You're just staying there. Say you're going to take a couple of days to just rest up at camp. Every shift there's a chance for an encounter and depending on if you're near roads, there's more encounters or whatever, And
Yep.
the fact, like right off the get go, like you guys were there. The first encounter you get when I rolled, I did it wrong because I was supposed to. When you're in camp, anything that's you can only get things that are in camp. That's considered a camp encounter, so I kind of screwed it up. But that's the one with the blast craters with the nuclear waste, right? But so right off the get go, you crashed in your helicopter, you got your gear, you walk so far, you found like this old battle zone that had craters and nuclear waste, or who knows what happened there, we don't know. You travel a little bit more. The next random encounter was a trading town that has just a couple of people. You can do what you want. You guys even discussed, hey, let's go take it by force. Let's cause a big fight. You know what I mean? So you did that. So then you said, no, we're going to go off. And then the next encounter was that you encountered a bunch of marauders. And I said, well, you're just leaving the town, so why not have that... Or no, you guys were waiting. You guys were hunting and looking around. So I said, all right, well, your guys are staying in the same spot. Roll another encounter. Sure enough, some marauders. So it all worked out. Maybe coincidentally enough, in a sensible way that you actually kind of helped the marauders burn down the town. But, again, even in modern games, my players burn down a town. But,
well, I mean, that was my first time using a phosphorus grenade. I will tend to use them more outside, but I was like, if they're all in that sounds like a grenade opportunity.
Yeah, it worked out well, So.
Well, minus casualties.
Minus
so
casualties.
my big theme was keep my humanity and make it home. Burning around people with a white phosphorus grenade is not part of keeping my humanity.
Even if you keep your humanity a little crispy, that's fine, right? A little extra crispy. But so it was really interesting. I'm really liking this. Once someone actually makes the official rule set, if they do, yeah, no problem. I'm glad you joined in. I'll send out messages every week, usually on the weekends, usually Saturday nights, but Saturdays or Sundays. I'm always playing. But yeah, very interested. Lord Way, I am not. Trust me, I am ready to drop as soon as the stream is over. Believe me. He says, "You look kind of fresh." I want to know if I was tired. But yeah, no. So guys, thanks for the people watching. I got up to 8 viewers there at one point, so asking questions. So that I appreciate that. And for you guys again, Man, thanks for joining. I'm glad Super Teddy. He told me about you there when we played Conan with him there the other night. So.
Yeah, I hang out with him sometimes.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And Dan, it was good playing with you again, bud. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, it was dynamite. I had a good time. Thanks a lot.
All right, I'm just going to end the stream here now.
Yeah, I appreciate you inviting me.
Oh, anytime, man. I'm always looking for players, and eventually I'm going to get a nice little group together, and we'll play some good games.